a vindication of the rights of woman, with strictures on political and moral subjects, by Mary Wollstonecraft. Narrated by Ivy Whitlock. Introduction. After considering the historic page and viewing the living world with anxious solicitude, the most melancholy emotions of sorrowful indignation have depressed my spirits, and I have sighed when obliged to confess that either nature has made a great difference between man and man, or that the civilization which has hitherto taken place in the world has been very partial. I have turned over various books written on the subject of education, and patiently observed the conduct of parents and the management of schools. But what has been the result? A profound conviction that the neglected education of my fellow creatures is the grand source of the misery I deplore, and that women in particular are rendered weak and wretched by a variety of concurring causes, originating from one hasty conclusion. The conduct and manners of women, in fact, evidently prove that their minds are not in a healthy state, for like the flowers that are planted in too rich a soil, strength and usefulness are sacrificed to beauty, and the flaunting leaves, after having pleased a fastidious eye, fade, disregarded on the stalk, long before the season when they ought to have arrived at maturity. One cause of this barren blooming I attribute to a false system of education, gathered from the books written on this subject by men who, considering females rather as women than human creatures, have been more anxious to make them alluring mistresses than rational wives. And the understanding of the sex has been so bubbled by this specious homage that the civilized women of the present century, with a few exceptions, are only anxious to inspire love, when they ought to cherish a nobler ambition, and by their abilities and virtues exact respect. In a treatise, therefore, on female rights and manners, the works which have been particularly written for their improvement must not be overlooked, especially when it is asserted, in direct terms, that the minds of women are enfeebled by false refinement, that the books of instruction, written by men of genius, have had the same tendency as more frivolous productions, and that, in the true style of Mahometanism, they are only considered as females, and not as a part of the human species, when improvable reason is allowed to be the dignified distinction which raises men above the brute creation, and puts a natural sceptre in a feeble hand. Yet, because I am a woman, I would not lead my readers to suppose that I mean violently to agitate the contested question respecting the equality and inferiority of the sex. But as the subject lies in my way, and I cannot pass it over without subjecting the main tendency of my reasoning to misconstruction, I shall stop a moment to deliver, in a few words, my opinion. In the government of the physical world, it is observable that the female in general is inferior to the male. The male pursues, the female yields. This is the law of nature, and it does not appear to be suspended or abrogated in favor of woman. This physical superiority cannot be denied, and it is a noble prerogative. But not content with this natural preeminence, men endeavor to sink us still lower, merely to render us alluring objects for a moment, and women, intoxicated by the adoration which men, under the influence of their senses, pay them, do not seek to obtain a durable interest in their hearts, or to become the friends of the fellow creatures who find amusement in their society. I am aware of an obvious inference. From every quarter have I heard exclamations against masculine women. But where are they to be found? If by this appellation men mean to inveigh against their ardour in hunting, shooting, and gaming, I shall most cordially join in the cry. But if it be against the imitation of manly virtues, or, more properly speaking, the attainment of those talents and virtues, the exercise of which ennobles the human character, and which raise females in the scale of animal being, when they are comprehensively termed mankind, all those who view them with a philosophical eye must, I should think, wish with me that they may every day grow more and more masculine. This discussion naturally divides the subject. I shall first consider women in the grand light of human creatures, who, in common with men, are placed on this earth to unfold their faculties, and afterwards I shall more particularly point out their peculiar designation. I wish also to steer clear of an error, which many respectable writers have fallen into, for the instruction which has hitherto been addressed to women has rather been applicable to ladies, if the little indirect advice that is scattered through Sandford and Merton be accepted. But addressing my sex in a firmer tone, I pay particular attention to those in the middle class, because they appear to be in the most natural state. Perhaps the seeds of false refinement, immorality, and vanity have ever been shed by the great. Weak, artificial beings raised above the common wants and affections of their race, in a premature, unnatural manner, undermine the very foundation of virtue, and spread corruption through the whole mass of society. As a class of mankind, they have the strongest claim to pity. The education of the rich tends to render them vain and helpless, and the unfolding mind is not strengthened by the practice of those duties which dignify the human character. They only live to amuse themselves, and by the same law which in nature invariably produces certain effects, they soon only afford barren amusement. But as I purpose taking a separate view of the different ranks of society and of the moral character of women in each, this hint is, for the present, sufficient, and I have only alluded to the subject because it appears to me to be the very essence of an introduction to give a cursory account of the contents of the work it introduces. My own sex, I hope, will excuse me if I treat them like rational creatures, instead of flattering their fascinating graces and viewing them as if they were in a state of perpetual childhood, unable to stand alone. I earnestly wish to point out in what true dignity and human happiness consists. I wish to persuade women to endeavor to acquire strength, both of mind and body, and to convince them that the soft phrases, susceptibility of heart, delicacy of sentiment, and refinement of taste are almost synonymous with epithets of weakness, and that those beings who are only the objects of pity and that kind of love which has been termed its sister will soon become objects of contempt. Dismissing then those pretty feminine phrases which the men condescendingly use to soften our slavish dependence, and despising that weak elegancy of mind, exquisite sensibility, and sweet docility of manners, supposed to be the sexual characteristics of the weaker vessel, I wish to show that elegance is inferior to virtue, that the first object of laudable ambition is to obtain a character as a human being, regardless of the distinction of sex, and that secondary views should be brought to this simple touchstone. This is a rough sketch of my plan, and should I express my conviction with the energetic emotions that I feel whenever I think of the subject, the dictates of experience and reflection will be felt by some of my readers. Animated by this important object, I shall disdain to cull my phrases or polish my style. I aim at being useful, and sincerity will render me unaffected, for wishing rather to persuade by the force of my arguments than dazzle by the elegance of my language. I shall not waste my time in rounding periods, nor in fabricating the turgid bombast of artificial feelings, which, coming from the head, never reach the heart. I shall be employed about things, not words, and anxious to render my sex more respectable members of society, I shall try to avoid that flowery diction which has slided from essays into novels, and from novels into familiar letters and conversation. These pretty nothings, these caricatures of the real beauty of sensibility, dropping glibly from the tongue, vitiate the taste, and create a kind of sickly delicacy that turns away from simple unadorned truth, and a deluge of false sentiments and overstretched feelings, stifling the natural emotions of the heart, render the domestic pleasures insipid that ought to sweeten the exercise of those severe duties which educate a rational and immortal being for a nobler field of action. The education of women has, of late, been more attended to than formerly, yet they are still reckoned a frivolous sex, and ridiculed or pitied by the writers who endeavor by satire or instruction to improve them. It is acknowledged that they spend many of the first years of their lives in acquiring a smattering of accomplishments. Meanwhile, strength of body and mind are sacrificed to libertine notions of beauty, to the desire of establishing themselves, the only way women can rise in the world, by marriage. And this desire making them mere animals of them when they marry, they act as such children may be expected to act. They dress, they paint, and nickname God's creatures. Surely these weak beings are only fit for the seraglio. Can they govern a family, or take care of the poor babes whom they bring into the world? If, then, it can be fairly deduced from the present conduct of the sex, from the prevalent fondness for pleasure, which takes place of ambition, and those nobler passions that open and enlarge the soul, that the instruction which women have received has only tended, with the constitution of civil society, to render them insignificant objects of desire, mere propagators of fools, if it can be proved that in aiming to accomplish them without cultivating their understandings, they are taken out of their sphere of duties and made ridiculous and useless when the short-lived bloom of beauty is over. I presume that rational men will excuse me for endeavoring to persuade them to become more masculine and respectable. Footnote: a lively writer, I cannot recollect his name, asks what business women turned of 40 have to do in the world. Indeed, the word masculine is only a bugbear. There is little reason to fear that women will acquire too much courage or fortitude, for their apparent inferiority with respect to bodily strength must render them in some degree dependent on men in the various relations of life. But why should it be increased by prejudices that give a sex to virtue and confound simple truths with sensual reveries? Women are, in fact, so much degraded by mistaken notions of female excellence that I do not mean to add a paradox when I assert that this artificial weakness produces a propensity to tyrannize and gives birth to cunning, the natural opponent of strength, which leads them to play off those contemptible infantile airs that undermine esteem even whilst they excite desire. Do not foster these prejudices, and they will naturally fall into their subordinate, yet respectable station in life. It seems scarcely necessary to say that I now speak of the sex in general. Many individuals have more sense than their male relatives, and as nothing preponderates where there is a constant struggle for an equilibrium, without it has naturally more gravity. Some women govern their husbands without degrading themselves because intellect will always govern. Chapter 1. The Rights and Involved Duties of Mankind Considered. In the present state of society, it appears necessary to go back to first principles in search of the most simple truths, and to dispute with some prevailing prejudice every inch of ground. To clear my way, I must be allowed to ask some plain questions, and the answers will probably appear as unequivocal as the axioms on which reasoning's built, though when entangled with various motives of action, they are formally contradicted, either by the words or conduct of men. In what does man's preeminence over the brute creation consist? The answer is as clear as that a half is less than the whole. In reason. What acquirement exalts one being above another? Virtue, we spontaneously reply. For what purpose were the passions implanted? That man by struggling with them might attain a degree of knowledge denied to the brutes. Whispers, experience. Consequently, the perfection of our nature and capability of happiness must be estimated by the degree of reason, virtue, and knowledge that distinguish the individual and direct the laws which bind society, and that from the exercise of reason, knowledge, and virtue naturally flow, is equally undeniable, if mankind be viewed collectively. The rights and duties of man thus simplified, it seems almost impertinent to attempt to illustrate truths that appear so incontrovertible. Yet such deeply rooted prejudices have clouded reason, and such spurious qualities have assumed the name of virtues, that it is necessary to pursue the course of reason as it has been perplexed and involved in error by various adventitious circumstances, comparing the simple axiom with casual deviations. Men in general seem to employ their reason to justify prejudices which they have imbibed they cannot trace how, rather than to root them out. The mind must be strong that resolutely forms its own principles. For a kind of intellectual cowardice prevails which makes many men shrink from the task or only do it by halves. Yet the imperfect conclusions thus drawn are frequently very plausible, because they are built on partial experience, on just, though narrow, views. Going back to first principles, vice skulks, with all its native deformity, from close investigation, but a set of shallow reasoners are always exclaiming that these arguments prove too much, and that a measure rotten at the core may be expedient. Thus, expediency is continually contrasted with simple principles, till truth is lost in a mist of words, virtue in forms, and knowledge rendered a sounding nothing by the specious prejudices that assume its name. That the society is formed in the wisest manner, whose constitution is founded on the nature of man, strikes in the abstract every thinking being so forcibly that it looks like presumption to endeavor to bring forward proofs. Though proof must be brought, or the stronghold of prescription will never be forced by reason. Yet to urge prescription as an argument to justify the depriving men, or women, of their natural rights, is one of the absurd sophisms which daily insult common sense. The civilization of the bulk of the people of Europe is very partial. Nay, it may be made a question whether they have acquired any virtues in exchange for innocence, equivalent to the misery produced by the vices that have been plastered over unsightly ignorance, and the freedom which has been bartered for splendid slavery. The desire of dazzling by riches, the most certain preeminence that man can obtain, the pleasure of commanding flattering sycophants, and many other complicated low calculations of doting self-love, have all contributed to overwhelm the mass of mankind and make liberty a convenient handle for mock patriotism. For whilst rank and titles are held of the utmost importance, before which genius must hide its diminished head, it is, with a few exceptions, very unfortunate for a nation when a man of abilities, without rank or property, pushes himself forward to notice. Alas, what unheard of misery have thousands suffered to purchase a cardinal's hat for an intriguing, obscure adventurer, who longed to be ranked with princes or lord it over them by seizing the triple crown. Such, indeed, has been the wretchedness that has flowed from hereditary honours, riches, and monarchy, that men of lively sensibility have almost uttered blasphemy in order to justify the dispensations of Providence. Man has been held out as independent of his power who made him, or as a lawless planet darting from its orbit to steal the celestial fire of reason, and the vengeance of heaven, lurking in the subtile flame, sufficiently punished his temerity by introducing evil into the world. Impressed by this view of the misery and disorder which pervaded society, and fatigued with jostling against artificial fools, Rousseau became enamored of solitude, and being at the same time an optimist, he labors with uncommon eloquence to prove that man was naturally a solitary animal, misled by his respect for the goodness of God, who, certainly for what man of sense and feeling can doubt it, gave life only to communicate happiness. He considers evil as positive in the work of man, not aware that he was exalting one attribute at the expense of another, equally necessary to divine perfection. Reared on a false hypothesis, his arguments in favor of a state of nature are plausible, but unsound. I say unsound, for to assert that a state of nature is preferable to civilization in all its possible perfection is, in other words, to arraign supreme wisdom. And the paradoxical exclamation that God has made all things right and that evil has been introduced by the creature whom he formed, knowing what he formed, is as unphilosophical as impious. When that wise being who created us and placed us here saw the fair idea, he willed, by allowing it to be so, that the passions should unfold our reason, because he could see that present evil would produce future good. Could the helpless creature whom he called from nothing break loose from his providence and boldly learn to know good by practicing evil without his permission? No. How could that energetic advocate for immortality argue so inconsistently? Had mankind remained forever in the brutal state of nature, which even his magic pen cannot paint, as a state in which a single virtue took root, it would have been clear, though not to the sensitive, unreflecting wanderer, that man was born to run the circle of life and death, and adorn God's garden for some purpose which could not easily be reconciled with his attributes. But if, to crown the whole, there were to be rational creatures produced, allowed to rise in excellency by the exercise of powers implanted for that purpose, if benignity itself thought fit to call into existence a creature above the brutes, who could think and improve himself, why should that inestimable gift For a gift it was, if a man was so created as to have a capacity to rise above the state in which sensation produced brutal ease, be called in direct terms a curse. A curse it might be reckoned, if all our existence was bounded by our continuance in this world. For why should the gracious fountain of life give us passions, and the power of reflecting, only to embitter our days, and inspire us with mistaken notions of dignity? Why should he lead us from love of ourselves to the sublime emotions which the discovery of his wisdom and goodness excites, if these feelings were not set in motion to improve our nature, of which they make a part, and render us capable of enjoying a more godlike portion of happiness? Firmly persuaded that no evil exists in the world that God did not design to take place, I build my belief on the perfection of God. Rousseau exerts himself to prove that all was right originally, a crowd of authors that all is now right, and I, that all will be right. But true to his first position, next to a state of nature, Rousseau celebrates barbarism, and, apostrophizing the shade of Fabricius, he forgets that in conquering the world, the Romans never dreamed of establishing their own liberty on a firm basis, or of extending the reign of virtue. Eager to support his system, he stigmatizes as vicious every effort of genius, and uttering the apotheosis of savage virtues, he exalts those to demigods who were scarcely human, the brutal Spartans who, in defiance of justice and gratitude, sacrificed in cold blood the Slavonium that had shown themselves men to rescue their oppressors. Disgusted with artificial manners and virtues, the citizen of Geneva, instead of properly sifting the subject, threw away the wheat with the chaff, without waiting to inquire whether the evils which his ardent soul turned from indignantly were the consequence of civilization or the vestiges of barbarism. He saw vice trampling on virtue, and the semblance of goodness taking place of the reality. He saw talents bent by power to sinister purposes, and never thought of tracing the gigantic mischief up to arbitrary power, up to the hereditary distinctions that clash with the mental superiority that naturally raises a man above his fellows. He did not perceive that the regal power in a few generations introduces idiotism into the noble stem, and holds out baits to render thousands idle and vicious. Nothing can set the regal character in a more contemptible point of view than the various crimes that have elevated men to the supreme dignity. Vile intrigues, unnatural crimes, and every vice that degrades our nature have been the steps to this distinguished eminence. Yet millions of men have supinely allowed the nerveless limbs of the posterity of such rapacious prowlers to rest quietly on their ensanguined thrones. What but a pestilential vapor can hover over society, when its chief director is only instructed in the invention of crimes, or the stupid routine of childish ceremonies? Will men never be wise? Will they never cease to expect corn from tares and figs from thistles? It is impossible for any man, when the most favorable circumstances concur, to acquire sufficient knowledge and strength of mind to discharge the duties of a king, entrusted with uncontrolled power. How then must they be violated when his very elevation is an insuperable bar to the attainment of either wisdom or virtue? When all the feelings of a man are stifled by flattery, and reflection shut out by pleasure? Surely it is madness to make the fate of thousands depend on the caprice of a weak fellow creature, whose very station sinks him necessarily below the meanest of his subjects. But one power should not be thrown down to exalt another. For all power intoxicates weak men, and its abuse proves that the more equality there is established among men, the more virtue and happiness will reign in society. But this, and any similar maxim deduced from simple reason, raises an outcry. The Church or the State is in danger, if faith in the wisdom of antiquity is not implicit, and they who, roused by the sight of human calamity, dare to attack human authority, are reviled as despisers of God and enemies of man. These are bitter calumnies, yet they reached one of the best of men, Dr. Price, whose ashes still preach peace, and whose memory demands a respectful pause when subjects are discussed that lay so near his heart. After attacking the sacred majesty of kings, I shall scarcely excite surprise by adding my firm persuasion that every profession in which great subordination of rank constitutes its power is highly injurious to morality. A standing army, for instance, is incompatible with freedom, because subordination and rigor are the very sinews of military discipline, and despotism is necessary to give vigor to enterprises that one will direct. A spirit inspired by romantic notions of honor, a kind of morality founded on the fashion of the age, can only be felt by a few officers, whilst the main body must be moved by command, like the waves of the sea. For the strong wind of authority pushes the crowd of subalterns forward. They scarcely know or care why, with headlong fury. Besides, nothing can be so prejudicial to the morals of the inhabitants of country towns as the occasional residence of a set of idle, superficial young men whose only occupation is gallantry, and whose polished manners render vice more dangerous by concealing its deformity under gay ornamental drapery. An air of fashion, which is but a badge of slavery, and proves that the soul has not a strong individual character, awes simple country people into an imitation of the vices when they cannot catch the slippery graces of politeness. Every cause is a chain of despots who, submitting and tyrannizing without exercising their reason, become dead weights of vice and folly on the community. A man of rank or fortune, sure of rising by interest, has nothing to do but to pursue some extravagant freak, whilst the needy gentleman who is to rise, as the phrase turns, by his merit becomes a servile parasite or vile pander. Sailors, the naval gentlemen, come under the same description, only their vices assume a different and a grosser cast. They are more positively indolent when not discharging the ceremonials of their station, whilst the insignificant fluttering of soldiers may be termed active idleness. More confined to the society of men, the former acquire a fondness for humour and mischievous tricks, whilst the latter, mixing frequently with well-bred women, catch a sentimental cant. But mind is equally out of the question, whether they indulge the horse laugh or polite simper. May I be allowed to extend the comparison to a profession where more mind is certainly to be found, for the clergy have superior opportunities of improvement, though subordination almost equally cramps their faculties. The blind submission imposed at college to forms of belief serves as a novitiate to the curate who most obsequiously respects the opinion of his rector or patron, if he means to rise in his profession. Perhaps there cannot be a more forcible contrast than between the servile, dependent gait of a poor curate and the courtly mien of a bishop. And the respect and contempt they inspire render the discharge of their separate functions equally useless. It is of great importance to observe that the character of every man is, in some degree, formed by his profession. A man of sense may only have a cast of countenance that wears off as you trace his individuality, whilst the weak common man has scarcely ever any character but what belongs to the body. At least all his opinions have been so steeped in the vat, consecrated by authority, that the faint spirit which the grape of his own vine yields cannot be distinguished. Society, therefore, as it becomes more enlightened, should be very careful not to establish bodies of men who must necessarily be made foolish or vicious by the very constitution of their profession. In the infancy of society, when men were just emerging out of barbarism, chiefs and priests, touching the most powerful springs of savage conduct, hope and fear, must have had unbounded sway. An aristocracy, of course, is naturally the first form of government, but clashing interests, soon losing their equipoise, monarchy and hierarchy break out of the confusion of ambitious struggles, and the foundation of both is secured by feudal tenures. This appears to be the origin of monarchical and priestly power, and the dawn of civilization. But such combustible materials cannot long be pent up, and getting vent in foreign wars and intestine insurrections, the people acquire some power in the tumult which obliges their rulers to gloss over their oppression with a show of right. Thus, as wars, agriculture, commerce, and literature expands the mind, despots are compelled to make covert corruption hold fast the power which was formerly snatched by open force. And this baneful lurking gangrene is most quickly spread by luxury and superstition, the sure dregs of ambition. The indolent puppet of a court first becomes a luxurious monster or fastidious sensualist, and then makes the contagion which his unnatural state spreads the instrument of tyranny. Footnote: Men of abilities scatter seeds that grow up and have a great influence on the forming opinion, and when once the public opinion preponderates, through the exertion of reason, the overthrow of arbitrary power is not very distant. It is the pestiferous purple which renders the progress of civilization a curse, and warps the understanding, till men of sensibility doubt whether the expansion of intellect produces a greater portion of happiness or misery. But the nature of the poison points out the antidote, and had Rousseau mounted one step higher in his investigation, or could his eye have pierced through the foggy atmosphere which he almost disdained to breathe, his active mind would have darted forward to contemplate the perfection of man in the establishment of true civilization, instead of taking his ferocious flight back to the night of sensual ignorance. Chapter 2. The prevailing opinion of a sexual character discussed. To account for and excuse the tyranny of man, many ingenious arguments have been brought forward to prove that the two sexes in the acquirement of virtue ought to aim at attaining a very different character. Or, to speak explicitly, women are not allowed to have sufficient strength of mind to acquire what really deserves the name of virtue. Yet, it should seem, allowing them to have souls, that there is but one way appointed by Providence to lead mankind to either virtue or happiness. If, then, women are not a swarm of ephemeron triflers, why should they be kept in ignorance under the specious name of innocence? Men complain, and with reason, of the follies and caprices of our sex, when they do not keenly satirize our headstrong passions and groveling vices. Behold, I should answer, the natural effect of ignorance. The mind will ever be unstable that has only prejudices to rest on, and the current will run with destructive fury when there are no barriers to break its force. Women are told from their infancy, and taught by the example of their mothers, that a little knowledge of human weakness, justly termed cunning, softness of temper, outward obedience, and a scrupulous attention to a puerile kind of propriety, will obtain for them the protection of man, and should they be beautiful, everything else is needless, for at least 20 years of their lives. Thus Milton describes our first frail mother, though when he tells us that women are formed for softness and sweet, attractive grace, I cannot comprehend his meaning, unless, in the true Mahometan strain, he meant to deprive us of souls, and insinuate that we were beings only designed by sweet, attractive grace and docile, blind obedience, to gratify the senses of man when he can no longer soar on the wing of contemplation. How grossly do they insult us, who thus advise us only to render ourselves gentle, domestic brutes. For instance, the winning softness so warmly and frequently recommended that governs by obeying. What childish expressions, and how insignificant is the being! Can it be an immortal one? Who will condescend to govern by such sinister methods? Certainly, says Lord Bacon, man is of kin to the beasts by his body, and if he be not of kin to God by his spirit, he is a base and ignoble creature. Men, indeed, appear to me to act in a very unphilosophical manner when they try to secure the good conduct of women by attempting to keep them always in a state of childhood. Rousseau was more consistent when he wished to stop the progress of reason in both sexes. For if men eat of the tree of knowledge, women will come in for a taste. But from the imperfect cultivation which their understandings now receive, they only attain a knowledge of evil. Children, I grant, should be innocent, but when the epithet is applied to men or women, it is but a civil term for weakness. For if it be allowed that women were destined by Providence to acquire human virtues, and by the exercise of their understandings, that stability of character which is the firmest ground to rest our future hopes upon, they must be permitted to turn to the fountain of light, and not forced to shape their course by the twinkling of a mere satellite. Milton, I grant, was of a very different opinion, for he only bends to the indefeasible right of beauty, though it would be difficult to render two passages, which I now mean to contrast, consistent. But into similar inconsistencies are great men often led by their senses. To whom thus Eve with perfect beauty adorned, my author and disposer, what thou bidst unargued I obey, so God ordains, God is thy law, thou mine, to know no more is woman's happiest knowledge and her praise. These are exactly the arguments that I have used to children, but I have added, your reason is now gaining strength, and, till it arrives at some degree of maturity, you must look up to me for advice. Then you ought to think, and only rely on God. Yet in the following lines, Milton seems to coincide with me, when he makes Adam thus expostulate with his Maker. Hast thou not made me here thy substitute, and these inferior far beneath me set? Among unequals what society can sort, what harmony or delight, which must be mutual in proportion due, given and received, but in disparity the one intense, the other, still remiss cannot well suit with either, but soon prove tedious alike. Of fellowship I speak, such as I seek fit to participate all rational delight. In treating therefore of the manners of women, let us, disregarding sensual arguments, trace what we should endeavour to make them in order to cooperate, if the expression be not too bold, with the Supreme Being. By individual education, I mean, for the sense of the word is not precisely defined, such an attention to a child as will slowly sharpen the senses, form the temper, regulate the passions as they begin to ferment, and set the understanding to work before the body arrives at maturity, so that the man may only have to proceed, not to begin, the important task of learning to think and reason. To prevent any misconstruction, I must add that I do not believe that a private education can work the wonders which some sanguine writers have attributed to it. Men and women must be educated, in a great degree, by the opinions and manners of the society they live in. In every age there has been a stream of popular opinion that has carried all before it, and given a family character, as it were, to the century. It may then fairly be inferred that, till society be differently constituted, much cannot be expected from education. It is, however, sufficient for my present purpose to assert that, whatever effect circumstances have on the abilities, every being may become virtuous by the exercise of its own reason. For if but one being was created with vicious inclinations, that is positively bad, what can save us from atheism? Or if we worship a god, is not that god a devil? Consequently, the most perfect education, in my opinion, is such an exercise of the understanding as is best calculated to strengthen the body and form the heart, or, in other words, to enable the individual to attain such habits of virtue as will render it independent. In fact, it is a farce to call any being virtuous whose virtues do not result from the exercise of its own reason. This was Rousseau's opinion respecting men. I extend it to women and confidently assert that they have been drawn out of their sphere by false refinement, and not by an endeavor to acquire masculine qualities. Still, the regal homage which they receive is so intoxicating that, till the manners of the times are changed and formed on more reasonable principles, it may be impossible to convince them that the illegitimate power, which they obtain by degrading themselves, is a curse, and that they must return to nature and equality if they wish to secure the placid satisfaction that unsophisticated affections impart. But for this epoch we must wait. Wait, perhaps, till kings and nobles, enlightened by reason, and preferring the real dignity of man to childish state, throw off their gaudy hereditary trappings. And if then women do not resign the arbitrary power of beauty, they will prove that they have less mind than man. I may be accused of arrogance. Still, I must declare what I firmly believe, that all the writers who have written on the subject of female education and manners, from Rousseau to Dr. Gregory, have contributed to render women more artificial, weaker characters than they would otherwise have been, and, consequently, more useless members of society. I might have expressed this conviction in a lower key, but I am afraid it would have been the whine of affectation, and not the faithful expression of my feelings, of the clear result which experience and reflection have led me to draw. When I come to that division of the subject, I shall advert to the passages that I more particularly disapprove of in the works of the authors I have just alluded to, but it is first necessary to observe that my objection extends to the whole purport of those books which tend, in my opinion, to degrade one half of the human species, and render women pleasing at the expense of every solid virtue. Though to reason on Rousseau's ground, if man did attain a degree of perfection of mind when his body arrived at maturity, it might be proper, in order to make a man and his wife one, that she should rely entirely on his understanding, and the graceful ivy clasping the oak that supported it would form a whole in which strength and beauty would be equally conspicuous. But alas, husbands as well as their helpmates are often only overgrown children. Nay, thanks to early debauchery, scarcely men in their outward form, and if the blind lead the blind, one need not come from heaven to tell us the consequence. Many are the causes that, in the present corrupt state of society, contribute to enslave women by cramping their understandings and sharpening their senses. One, perhaps, that silently does more mischief than all the rest, is their disregard of order. To do everything in an orderly manner is a most important precept, which women who, generally speaking, receive only a disorderly kind of education, seldom attend to with that degree of exactness that men who from their infancy are broken into method observe. This negligent kind of guesswork, for what other epithet can be used to point out the random exertions of a sort of instinctive common sense, never brought to the test of reason, prevents their generalizing matters of fact. So they do today what they did yesterday, merely because they did it yesterday. This contempt of the understanding in early life has more baneful consequences than is commonly supposed, for the little knowledge which women of strong minds attain is, from various circumstances, of a more desultory kind than the knowledge of men, and it is acquired more by sheer observations on real life than from comparing what has been individually observed with the results of experience, generalized by speculation. Led by their dependent situation and domestic employments more into society, what they learn is rather by snatches, and as learning is with them, in general, only a secondary thing, they do not pursue any one branch with that persevering ardor necessary to give vigor to the faculties and clearness to the judgment. In the present state of society, a little learning is required to support the character of a gentleman, and boys are obliged to submit to a few years of discipline. But in the education of women, the cultivation of the understanding is always subordinate to the acquirement of some corporeal accomplishment. Even while enervated by confinement and false notions of modesty, the body is prevented from attaining that grace and beauty which relaxed, half-formed limbs never exhibit. Besides, in youth their faculties are not brought forward by emulation, and having no serious scientific study, if they have natural sagacity, it is turned too soon on life and manners. They dwell on effects and modifications without tracing them back to causes, and complicated rules to adjust behavior are a weak substitute for simple principles. As a proof that education gives this appearance of weakness to females, we may instance the example of military men who are, like them, sent into the world before their minds have been stored with knowledge or fortified by principles. The consequences are similar. Soldiers acquire a little superficial knowledge, snatched from the muddy current of conversation, and, from continually mixing with society, they gain what is termed a knowledge of the world. And this acquaintance with manners and customs has frequently been confounded with a knowledge of the human heart. But can the crude fruit of casual observation, never brought to the test of judgment, formed by comparing speculation and experience, deserve such a distinction? Soldiers as well as women practice the minor virtues with punctilious politeness. Where is then the sexual difference, when the education has been the same? All the difference that I can discern arises from the superior advantage of liberty, which enables the former to see more of life. It is wandering from my present subject, perhaps, to make a political remark, but as it was produced naturally by the train of my reflections, I shall not pass it silently over. Standing armies can never consist of resolute, robust men. They may be well-disciplined machines, but they will seldom contain men under the influence of strong passions or with very vigorous faculties. And as for any depth of understanding, I will venture to affirm that it is as rarely to be found in the army as amongst women, and the cause, I maintain, is the same. It may be further observed that officers are also particularly attentive to their persons, fond of dancing, crowded rooms, adventures, and ridicule. Like the fair sex, the business of their lives is gallantry. They were taught to please, and they only live to please. Yet they do not lose their rank in the distinction of sexes, for they are still reckoned superior to women, though in what their superiority consists, beyond what I have just mentioned, it is difficult to discover. The great misfortune is this, that they both acquire manners before morals, and a knowledge of life before they have, from reflection, any acquaintance with the grand ideal outline of human nature. The consequence is natural. Satisfied with common nature, they become a prey to prejudices, and taking all their opinions on credit, they blindly submit to authority. So that if they have any sense, it is a kind of instinctive glance that catches proportions and decides with respect to manners, but fails when arguments are to be pursued below the surface, or opinions analyzed. May not the same remark be applied to women? Nay, the argument may be carried still further, for they are both thrown out of a useful station by the unnatural distinctions established in civilized life. Riches and hereditary honors have made ciphers of women to give consequence to the numerical figure, and idleness has produced a mixture of gallantry and despotism in society, which leads the very men who are the slaves of their mistresses to tyrannize over their sisters, wives, and daughters. This is only keeping them in rank and file, it is true. Strengthen the female mind by enlarging it, and there will be an end to blind obedience. But as blind obedience is ever sought for by power, tyrants and sensualists are in the right when they endeavor to keep women in the dark, because the former only want slaves, and the latter a plaything. The sensualist indeed has been the most dangerous of tyrants, and women have been duped by their lovers, as princes by their ministers, whilst dreaming that they reigned over them. I now principally allude to Rousseau, for his character of Sophia is, undoubtedly, a captivating one, though it appears to me grossly unnatural. However, it is not the superstructure, but the foundation of her character, the principles on which her education was built, that I mean to attack. Nay, warmly as I admire the genius of that able writer, whose opinions I shall often have occasion to cite, indignation always takes place of admiration, and the rigid frown of insulted virtue effaces the smile of complacency which his eloquent periods are wont to raise when I read his voluptuous reveries. Is this the man who, in his ardor for virtue, would banish all the soft arts of peace, and almost carry us back to Spartan discipline? Is this the man who delights to paint the useful struggles of passion, the triumphs of good dispositions, and the heroic flights which carry the glowing soul out of itself? How are these mighty sentiments lowered when he describes the pretty foot and enticing airs of his little favorite? But for the present I waive the subject, and, instead of severely reprehending the transient effusions of overweening sensibility, I shall only observe that whoever has cast a benevolent eye on society must often have been gratified by the sight of humble mutual love, not dignified by sentiment, nor strengthened by a union in intellectual pursuits. The domestic trifles of the day have afforded matter for cheerful converse, and innocent caresses have softened toils which did not require great exercise of mind or stretch of thought. Yet has not the sight of this moderate felicity excited more tenderness than respect? An emotion similar to what we feel when children are playing or animals sporting, whilst the contemplation of the noble struggles of suffering merit has raised admiration and carried our thoughts to that world where sensation will give place to reason. Women are, therefore, to be considered either as moral beings or so weak that they must be entirely subjected to the superior faculties of men. Let us examine this question. Rousseau declares that a woman should never, for a moment, feel herself independent, that she should be governed by fear to exercise her natural cunning, and made a coquettish slave in order to render her more alluring object of desire, a sweeter companion to man, whenever he chooses to relax himself. He carries the arguments, which he pretends to draw from the indications of nature, still further, and insinuates that truth and fortitude, the cornerstones of all human virtue, shall be cultivated with certain restrictions, because with respect to the female character, obedience is the grand lesson which ought to be impressed with unrelenting rigor. What a nonsense! When will a great man arise with sufficient strength of mind to puff away the fumes which pride and sensuality have thus spread over the subject? If women are by nature inferior to men, their virtues must be the same in quality, if not in degree, or virtue is a relative idea. Consequently, their conduct should be founded on the same principles and have the same aim. Connected with a man as daughters, wives, and mothers, their moral character may be estimated by their manner of fulfilling those simple duties. But the end, the grand end of their exertions, should be to unfold their own faculties and acquire the dignity of conscious virtue. They may try to render their road pleasant, but ought never to forget, in common with man, that life yields not the felicity which can satisfy an immortal soul. I do not mean to insinuate that either sex should be so lost in abstract reflections or distant views as to forget the affections and duties that lie before them, and are, in truth, the means appointed to produce the fruit of life. On the contrary, I would warmly recommend them, even while I assert that they afford most satisfaction when they are considered in their true subordinate light. Probably, the prevailing opinion that woman was created for man may have taken its rise from Moses's poetical story, yet as very few, it is presumed, who have bestowed any serious thought on the subject ever supposed that Eve was, literally speaking, one of Adam's ribs. The deduction must be allowed to fall to the ground, or only be so far admitted as it proves that man from the remotest antiquity found it convenient to exert his strength to subjugate his companion, and his invention to show that she ought to have her neck bent under the yoke, because she, as well as the brute creation, was created to do his pleasure. Let it not be concluded that I wish to invert the order of things. I have already granted that, from the constitution of their bodies, men seem to be designed by Providence to attain a greater degree of virtue. I speak collectively of the whole sex, but I see not the shadow of a reason to conclude that their virtues should differ in respect to their nature. In fact, how can they, if virtue has only one eternal standard? I must therefore, if I reason consequentially, as strenuously maintain that they have the same simple direction as that there is a God. It follows, then, that cunning should not be opposed to wisdom, little cares to great exertions, nor insipid softness, varnished over with the name of gentleness, to that fortitude which grand views alone can inspire. I shall be told that woman would then lose many of her peculiar graces, and the opinion of a well-known poet might be quoted to refute my unqualified assertions. For Pope has said in the name of the whole male sex, yet ne'er so sure our passions to create, as when she touched the brink of all we hate. In what light this sally places men and women, I shall leave to the judicious to determine. Meanwhile I shall content myself with observing that I cannot discover why, unless they are mortal, females should always be degraded by being made subservient to love or lust. To speak disrespectfully of love is, I know, high treason against sentiment and fine feelings, but I wish to speak the simple language of truth, and rather to address the head than the heart. To endeavor to reason love out of the world would be to out Quixote Cervantes, and equally offend against common sense. But an endeavor to restrain this tumultuous passion, and to prove that it should not be allowed to dethrone superior powers, or to usurp the sceptre which the understanding should ever coolly wield, appears less wild. Youth is the season for love in both sexes, but in those days of thoughtless enjoyment, provision should be made for the more important years of life, when reflection takes place of sensation. But Rousseau and most of the male writers who have followed his steps have warmly inculcated that the whole tendency of female education ought to be directed to one point, to render them pleasing. Let me reason with the supporters of this opinion, who have any knowledge of human nature. Do they imagine that marriage can eradicate the habitude of life? The woman who has only been taught to please will soon find that her charms are oblique sunbeams, and that they cannot have much effect on her husband's heart when they are seen every day, when the summer is past and gone. Will she then have sufficient native energy to look into herself for comfort and cultivate her dormant faculties? Or is it not more rational to expect that she will try to please other men, and, in the emotions raised by the expectation of new conquests, endeavor to forget the mortification her love or pride has received? When the husband ceases to be a lover, and the time will inevitably come, her desire of pleasing will then grow languid, or become a spring of bitterness. And love, perhaps the most evanescent of all passions, gives place to jealousy or vanity. I now speak of women who are restrained by principle or prejudice. Such women, though they would shrink from an intrigue with real abhorrence, yet nevertheless wish to be convinced by the homage of gallantry that they are cruelly neglected by their husbands, or days and weeks are spent in dreaming of the happiness enjoyed by congenial souls, till the health is undermined and the spirits broken by discontent. How then can the great art of pleasing be such a necessary study? It is only useful to a mistress. The chaste wife and serious mother should only consider her power to please as the polish of her virtues and the affection of her husband as one of the comforts that render her task less difficult and her life happier. But whether she be loved or neglected, her first wish should be to make herself respectable, and not rely for all her happiness on a being subject to like infirmities with herself. The amiable Dr. Gregory fell into a similar error. I respect his heart, but entirely disapprove of his celebrated legacy to his daughters. He advises them to cultivate a fondness for dress, because a fondness for dress, he asserts, is natural to them. I am unable to comprehend what either he or Rousseau mean when they frequently use this indefinite term. If they told us that in a pre-existent state the soul was fond of dress, and brought this inclination with it into a new body, I should listen to them with a half-smile, as I often do when I hear a rant about innate elegance. But if he only meant to say that the exercise of the faculties will produce this fondness, I deny it. It is not natural, but arises like false ambition in men from a love of power. Dr. Gregory goes much further. He actually recommends dissimulation, and advises an innocent girl to give the lie to her feelings, and not dance with spirit when gaiety of heart would make her feet eloquent, without making her gestures immodest. In the name of truth and common sense, why should not one woman acknowledge that she can take more exercise than another? Or, in other words, commands that she has a sound constitution, and why to damp innocent vivacity? Is she darkly to be told that men will draw conclusions which she little thinks of? Let the libertine draw what inference he pleases, but I hope that no sensible mother will restrain the natural frankness of youth by instilling such indecent cautions. Out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh, and a wiser than Solomon hath said that the heart should be made clean and not trivial ceremonies observed, which it is not very difficult to fulfill with scrupulous exactness when vice reigns in the heart. Women ought to endeavor to purify their hearts. But can they do so when their uncultivated understandings make them entirely dependent on their senses for employment and amusement? When no noble pursuit sets them above the little vanities of the day, or enables them to curb the wild emotions that agitate a reed over which every passing breeze has power. To gain the affections of a virtuous man is affectation necessary. Nature has given woman a weaker frame than man, but to ensure her husband's affections must a wife, who, by the exercise of her mind and body, whilst she was discharging the duties of a daughter, wife, and mother, has allowed her constitution to retain its natural strength, and her nerves a healthy tone. Is she, I say, to condescend, to use art and feign a sickly delicacy, in order to secure her husband's affection? Weakness may excite tenderness and gratify the arrogant pride of man, but the lordly caresses of a protector will not gratify a noble mind that pants for and deserves to be respected. Fondness is a poor substitute for friendship. In a seraglio, I grant that all these arts are necessary. The epicure must have his palate tickled, or he will sink into apathy. But have women so little ambition as to be satisfied with such a condition? Can they supinely dream life away in the lap of pleasure, or in the languor of weariness, rather than assert their claim to pursue reasonable pleasures and render themselves conspicuous by practicing the virtues which dignify mankind? Surely she has not an immortal soul who can loiter life away, merely employed to adorn her person, that she may amuse the languid hours and soften the cares of a fellow creature who is willing to be enlivened by her smiles and tricks, when the serious business of life is over. Besides, the woman who strengthens her body and exercises her mind will, by managing her family and practicing various virtues, become the friend, and not the humble dependent of her husband. And if she deserves his regard by possessing such substantial qualities, she will not find it necessary to conceal her affection, nor to pretend to an unnatural coldness of constitution to excite her husband's passions. In fact, if we revert to history, we shall find that the women who have distinguished themselves have neither been the most beautiful nor the most gentle of their sex. Nature, or to speak with strict propriety, God, has made all things right. But man has sought him out, many inventions to mar the work. I now allude to that part of Dr. Gregory's treatise where he advises a wife never to let her husband know the extent of her sensibility or affection. Voluptuous precaution and as ineffectual as absurd. Love, from its very nature, must be transitory. To seek for a secret that would render it constant would be as wild a search as for the philosopher's stone or the grand panacea, and the discovery would be equally useless, or rather pernicious, to mankind. The most holy band of society is friendship. It has been well said by a shrewd satirist that rare as true love is, true friendship is still rarer. This is an obvious truth, and the cause not lying deep will not elude a slight glance of inquiry. Love, the common passion in which chance and sensation take place of choice and reason, is in some degree felt by the mass of mankind, for it is not necessary to speak at present of the emotions that rise above or sink below. Love. This passion, naturally increased by suspense and difficulties, draws the mind out of its accustomed state and exalts the affections. But the security of marriage, allowing the fever of love to subside, a healthy temperature is thought insipid only by those who have not sufficient intellect to substitute the calm tenderness of friendship, the confidence of respect, instead of blind admiration, and the sensual emotions of fondness. This must be, the course of nature. Friendship or indifference inevitably succeeds love, and this constitution seems perfectly to harmonize with the system of government which prevails in the moral world. Passions are spurs to action and open the mind, but they sink into mere appetites, become a personal momentary gratification when the object is gained and the satisfied mind rests in enjoyment. The man who had some virtue whilst he was struggling for a crown often becomes a voluptuous tyrant when it graces his brow, and, when the lover is not lost in the husband, the dotard, a prey to childish caprices and fond jealousies, neglects the serious duties of life, and the caresses which should excite confidence in his children are lavished on the overgrown child, his wife. In order to fulfill the duties of life, and to be able to pursue with vigor the various employments which form the moral character, a master and mistress of a family ought not to continue to love each other with passion. I mean to say that they ought not to indulge those emotions which disturb the order of society and engross the thoughts that should be otherwise employed. The mind that has never been engrossed by one object wants vigor. If it can long be so, it is weak. A mistaken education, a narrow, uncultivated mind, and many sexual prejudices tend to make women more constant than men. But for the present, I shall not touch on this branch of the subject. I will go still further and advance, without dreaming of a paradox, that an unhappy marriage is often very advantageous to a family, and that the neglected wife is, in general, the best mother. And this would almost always be the consequence if the female mind was more enlarged. For it seems to be the common dispensation of Providence that what we gain in present enjoyment should be deducted from the treasure of life, experience, and that when we are gathering the flowers of the day and reveling in pleasure, the solid fruit of toil and wisdom should not be caught at the same time. The way lies before us, we must turn to the right or left, and he who will pass life away in bounding from one pleasure to another must not complain if he neither acquires wisdom nor respectability of character. Supposing for a moment that the soul is not immortal, and that man was only created for the present scene, I think we should have reason to complain that love, infantine fondness, ever grew insipid and palled upon the sense. Let us eat, drink, and love, for tomorrow we die, would be in fact the language of reason, the morality of life, and who but a fool would part with a reality for a fleeting shadow? But if awed by observing the improvable powers of the mind, we disdain to confine our wishes or thoughts to such a comparatively mean field of action, that only appears grand and important as it is connected with a boundless prospect and sublime hopes. What necessity is there for falsehood in conduct, and why must the sacred majesty of truth be violated to detain a deceitful good that saps the very foundation of virtue? Why must the female mind be tainted by coquettish arts to gratify the sensualist, and prevent love from subsiding into friendship or compassionate tenderness, when there are not qualities on which friendship can be built? Let the honest heart show itself, and reason teach passion to submit to necessity, or let the dignified pursuit of virtue and knowledge raise the mind above those emotions which rather embitter than sweeten the cup of life when they are not restrained within due bounds. I do not mean to allude to the romantic passion, which is the concomitant of genius. Who can clip its wings? But that grand passion not proportioned to the puny enjoyments of life is only true to the sentiment and feeds on itself. The passions which have been celebrated for their durability have always been unfortunate. They have acquired strength by absence and constitutional melancholy. The fancy has hovered round a form of beauty dimly seen, but familiarity might have turned admiration into disgust, or at least into indifference, and allowed the imagination leisure to start fresh game. With perfect propriety, according to this view of things, does Rousseau make the mistress of his soul, Eloisa, love Saint-Preux, when life was fading before her. But this is no proof of the immortality of the passion. Of the same complexion is Dr. Gregory's advice respecting delicacy of sentiment, which he advises a woman not to acquire if she has determined to marry. This determination, however, perfectly consistent with his former advice, he calls indelicate, and earnestly persuades his daughters to conceal it, though it may govern their conduct, as if it were indelicate to have the common appetites of human nature. Noble morality, and consistent with the cautious prudence of a little soul that cannot extend its views beyond the present minute division of existence. If all the faculties of woman's mind are only to be cultivated as they respect her dependence on man, if, when she obtains a husband, she has arrived at her goal, and, meanly proud, is satisfied with such a paltry crown, let her grovel contentedly, scarcely raised by her employments above the animal kingdom. But if she is struggling for the prize of her high calling, Let her cultivate her understanding, without stopping to consider what character the husband may have, whom she is destined to marry. Let her only determine, without being too anxious about present happiness, to acquire the qualities that ennoble a rational being, and a rough, inelegant husband may shock her taste without destroying her peace of mind. She will not model her soul to suit the frailties of her companion, but to bear with them. His character may be a trial, but not an impediment to virtue. If Dr. Gregory confined his remark to romantic expectations of constant love and congenial feelings, he should have recollected that experience will banish what advice can never make us cease to wish for, when the imagination is kept alive at the expense of reason. I own it frequently happens that women who have fostered a romantic, unnatural delicacy of feeling waste their lives in imagining how happy they should have been with a husband who could love them with a fervid, increasing affection every day and all day. But they might as well pine married as single, and would not be a jot more unhappy with a bad husband than longing for a good one. That a proper education, or to speak with more precision, a well-stored mind would enable a woman to support a single life, with dignity, I grant, but that she should avoid cultivating her taste, lest her husband should occasionally shock it, is quitting a substance for a shadow. To say the truth, I do not know of what use is an improved taste, if the individual be not rendered more independent of the casualties of life, if new sources of enjoyment only dependent on the solitary operations of the mind are not opened. People of taste, married or single, without distinction, will ever be disgusted by various things that touch not less observing minds. On this conclusion the argument must not be allowed to hinge. But in the whole sum of enjoyment is taste to be denominated a blessing. The question is whether it procures most pain or pleasure. The answer will decide the propriety of Dr. Gregory's advice, and show how absurd and tyrannic it is thus to lay down a system of slavery, or to attempt to educate moral beings by any other rules than those deduced from pure reason, which apply to the whole species. Gentleness of manners, forbearance, and long-suffering are such amiable godlike qualities that in sublime poetic strains the deity has been invested with them, and perhaps no representation of his goodness so strongly fastens on the human affections as those that represent him, abundant in mercy and willing to pardon. Gentleness, considered in this point of view, bears on its front all the characteristics of grandeur, combined with the winning graces of condescension. But what a different aspect it assumes when it is the submissive demeanor of dependence, the support of weakness that loves, because it wants protection, and is forbearing, because it must silently endure injuries, smiling under the lash at which it dare not snarl. Abject as this picture appears, it is the portrait of an accomplished woman, according to the received opinion of female excellence, separated by specious reasoners from human excellence. Or they, vide Rousseau and Swedenborg, kindly restore the rib and make one moral being of a man and woman, not forgetting to give her all the submissive charms. How women are to exist in that state where there is to be neither marrying nor giving in marriage, we are not told. For though moralists have agreed that the tenor of life seems to prove that man is prepared by various circumstances for a future state, they constantly concur in advising woman only to provide for the present. Gentleness, docility, and a spaniel-like affection are, on this ground, consistently recommended as the cardinal virtues of the sex. And disregarding the arbitrary economy of nature, one writer has declared that it is masculine for a woman to be melancholy. She was created to be the toy of man, his rattle, and it must jingle in his ears. Whenever, dismissing reason, he chooses to be amused. To recommend gentleness, indeed on a broad basis, is strictly philosophical. A frail being should labor to be gentle. But when forbearance confounds right and wrong, it ceases to be a virtue, and, however convenient it may be found in a companion, that companion will ever be considered as an inferior, and only inspire a vapid tenderness, which easily degenerates into contempt. Still, if advice could really make a being gentle, whose natural disposition admitted not of such a fine polish, something toward the advancement of order would be attained. But if, as might quickly be demonstrated, only affectation be produced by this indiscriminate counsel, which throws a stumbling block in the way of gradual improvement and true melioration of temper, the sex is not much benefited by sacrificing solid virtues to the attainment of superficial graces, though for a few years they may procure the individual's regal sway. As a philosopher, I read with indignation the plausible epithets which men use to soften their insults, and, as a moralist, I ask what is meant by such heterogeneous associations as fair defects, amiable weaknesses, etc. If there is but one criterion of morals, but one archetype for man, women appear to be suspended by destiny. According to the vulgar tale of Mahomet's coffin, they have neither the unerring instinct of brutes, nor are allowed to fix the eye of reason on a perfect model. They were made to be loved, and must not aim at respect lest they should be hunted out of society as masculine. But to view the subject in another point of view, do passive indolent women make the best wives? Confining our discussion to the present moment of existence, let us see how such weak creatures perform their part. Do the women, who, by the attainment of a few superficial accomplishments, have strengthened the prevailing prejudice, merely contribute to the happiness of their husbands? Do they display their charms merely to amuse them? And have women, who have early imbibed notions of passive obedience, sufficient character to manage a family or educate children? So far from it that, after surveying the history of woman, I cannot help agreeing with the severest satirist, considering the sex as the weakest as well as the most oppressed half of the species. What does history disclose but marks of inferiority, and how few women have emancipated themselves from the galling yoke of sovereign man? So few that the exceptions remind me of an ingenious conjecture respecting Newton, that he was probably a being of a superior order, accidentally caged in a human body. In the same style, I have been led to imagine that the few extraordinary women who have rushed in eccentrical directions out of the orbit prescribed to their sex were male spirits, confined by mistake in a female frame. But if it be not philosophical to think of sex, when the soul is mentioned, the inferiority must depend on the organs, or the heavenly fire, which is to ferment the clay, is not given in equal portions. But avoiding, as I have hitherto done, any direct comparison of the two sexes collectively, or frankly acknowledging the inferiority of woman according to the present appearance of things, I shall only insist that men have increased that inferiority till women are almost sunk below the standard of rational creatures. Let their faculties have room to unfold and their virtues to gain strength, and then determine where the whole sex must stand in the intellectual scale. Yet let it be remembered that for a small number of distinguished women I do not ask a place. It is difficult for us purblind mortals to say to what height human discoveries and improvements may arrive when the gloom of despotism subsides, which makes us stumble at every step. But when morality shall be settled on a more solid basis, then without being gifted with a prophetic spirit, I will venture to predict that woman will be either the friend or slave of man. We shall not, as at present, doubt whether she is a moral agent or the link which unites man with brutes. But should it then appear that, like the brutes, they were principally created for the use of man, he will let them patiently bite the bridle, and not mock them with empty praise, or, should their rationality be proved, he will not impede their improvement merely to gratify his sensual appetites. He will not, with all the graces of rhetoric, advise them to submit implicitly their understandings to the guidance of man. He will not, when he treats of the education of women, assert that they ought never to have the free use of reason, nor would he recommend cunning and dissimulation to beings who are acquiring, in like manner as himself, the virtues of humanity. Surely there can be but one rule of right if morality has an eternal foundation, and whoever sacrifices virtue, strictly so called to present convenience, or whose duty it is to act in such a manner, lives only for the passing day, and cannot be an accountable creature. The poet then should have dropped his sneer when he says, "If weak women go astray, the stars are more in fault than they." For that they are bound by the adamantine chain of destiny is most certain, if it be proved that they are never to exercise their own reason, never to be independent, never to rise above opinion, or to feel the dignity of a rational will that only bows to God, and often forgets that the universe contains any being but itself, and the model of perfection to which its ardent gaze is turned, to adore attributes that, softened into virtues, may be imitated in kind, though the degree overwhelms the enraptured mind. If, I say, for I would not impress by declamation when reason offers her sober light, if they are really capable of acting like rational creatures, let them not be treated like slaves, or like the brutes who are dependent on the reason of man when they associate with him, but cultivate their minds, give them the salutary, sublime curb of principle, and let them attain conscious dignity by feeling themselves only dependent on God. Teach them, in common with man, to submit to necessity, instead of giving, to render them more pleasing, a sex to morals. Further, should experience prove that they cannot attain the same degree of strength of mind, perseverance, and fortitude, let their virtues be the same in kind, though they may vainly struggle for the same degree, and the superiority of man will be equally clear, if not clearer. And truth, as it is a simple principle which admits of no modification, would be common to both. Nay, the order of society, as it is at present regulated, would not be inverted, for woman would then only have the rang that reason assigned her, and arts could not be practiced to bring the balance even, much less to turn it. These may be termed utopian dreams, thanks to that being who impressed them on my soul and gave me sufficient strength of mind to dare to exert my own reason, till becoming dependent only on him for the support of my virtue, I view with indignation the mistaken notions that enslave my sex. I love man as my fellow, but his sceptre, real or usurped, extends not to me, unless the reason of an individual demands my homage, and even then the submission is to reason, and not to man. In fact, the conduct of an accountable being must be regulated by the operations of its own reason, or on what foundation rests the throne of God. It appears to me necessary to dwell on these obvious truths, because females have been insulted, as it were, and while they have been stripped of the virtues that should clothe humanity, they have been decked with artificial graces that enable them to exercise a short-lived tyranny. Love in their bosoms, taking place of every nobler passion, their sole ambition is to be fair, to raise emotion instead of inspiring respect. And this ignoble desire, like the servility in absolute monarchies, destroys all strength of character. Liberty is the mother of virtue, and if women are, by their very constitution, slaves, and not allowed to breathe the sharp, invigorating air of freedom, they must ever languish like exotics, and be reckoned beautiful flaws in nature. Let it also be remembered that they are the only flaw. As to the argument respecting the subjection in which the sex has ever been held, it retorts on man. The many have always been enthralled by the few, and monsters who have scarcely shown any discernment of human excellence have tyrannized over thousands of their fellow creatures. Why have men of superior endowments submitted to such degradation? For is it not universally acknowledged that kings, viewed collectively, have ever been inferior in abilities and virtue to the same number of men taken from the common mass of mankind? Yet have they not, and are they not still treated with a degree of reverence that is an insult to reason? China is not the only country where a living man has been made a god. Men have submitted to superior strength, to enjoy with impunity the pleasure of the moment. Women have only done the same, and therefore till it is proved that the courtier, who servilely resigns the birthright of a man, is not a moral agent, it cannot be demonstrated that woman is essentially inferior to man because she has always been subjugated. Brutal force has hitherto governed the world, and that the science of politics is in its infancy is evident from philosophers scrupling to give the knowledge most useful to man that determinate distinction. I shall not pursue this argument any further than to establish an obvious inference, that as sound politics diffuse liberty, mankind, including woman, will become more wise and virtuous. Chapter 3. The same subject continued. Bodily strength from being the distinction of heroes is now sunk into such unmerited contempt that men as well as women seem to think it unnecessary. The latter, as it takes from their feminine graces and from that lovely weakness, the source of their undue power, and the former because it appears inimical with the character of a gentleman. That they have, both by departing from one extreme run into another, may easily be proved. But it first may be proper to observe that a vulgar error has obtained a degree of credit, which has given force to a false conclusion, in which an effect has been mistaken for a cause. People of genius have, very frequently, impaired their constitutions by study, or careless inattention to their health, and the violence of their passions bearing a proportion to the vigor of their intellects. The sword's destroying the scabbard has become almost proverbial, and superficial observers have inferred from thence that men of genius have, commonly weak, or, to use a more fashionable phrase, delicate constitutions. Yet the contrary, I believe, will appear to be the fact, for, on diligent inquiry, I find that strength of mind has, in most cases, been accompanied by superior strength of body, natural soundness of constitution, not that robust tone of nerves and vigor of muscles which arise from bodily labor when the mind is quiescent or only directs the hands. Dr. Priestley has remarked, in the preface to his biographical chart, that the majority of great men have lived beyond 45, and, considering the thoughtless manner in which they lavished their strength, when investigating a favorite science, they have wasted the lamp of life, forgetful of the midnight hour, or when, lost in poetic dreams, fancy has peopled the scene, and the soul has been disturbed till it shook the constitution by the passions that meditation had raised, whose objects, the baseless fabric of a vision, faded before the exhausted eye. They must have had iron frames. Shakespeare never grasped the airy dagger with a nerveless hand, nor did Milton tremble when he led Satan far from the confines of his dreary prison. These were not the ravings of imbecility, the sickly effusions of distempered brains, but the exuberance of fancy that in a fine frenzy wandering was not continually reminded of its material shackles. I am aware that this argument would carry me further than it may be supposed I wished to go, but I follow truth, and still adhering to my first position, I will allow that bodily strength seems to give man a natural superiority over woman, and this is the only solid basis on which the superiority of the sex can be built. But I still insist that not only the virtue, but the knowledge of the two sexes should be the same in nature, if not in degree, and that women, considered not only as moral but rational creatures, ought to endeavor to acquire human virtues, or perfections, by the same means as men, instead of being educated like a fanciful kind of half-being, one of Rousseau's wild chimeras. But if strength of body be, with some show of reason, the boast of men, why are women so infatuated as to be proud of a defect? Rousseau has furnished them with a plausible excuse, which could only have occurred to a man whose imagination had been allowed to run wild and refine on the impressions made by exquisite senses, that they might forsooth have a pretext for yielding to a natural appetite without violating a romantic species of modesty, which gratifies the pride and libertinism of man. Women deluded by these sentiments sometimes boast of their weakness, cunningly obtaining power by playing on the weakness of men, and they may well glory in their illicit sway, for like Turkish bashaws they have more real power than their masters, but virtue is sacrificed to temporary gratifications, and the respectability of life to the triumph of an hour. Women, as well as despots, have now perhaps more power than they would have if the world divided and subdivided into kingdoms and families was governed by laws deduced from the exercise of reason, but in obtaining it to carry on the comparison, their character is degraded, and licentiousness spread through the whole aggregate of society. The many become pedestal to the few. I, therefore, will venture to assert that till women are more rationally educated, the progress of human virtue and improvement in knowledge must receive continual checks. And if it be granted that woman was not created merely to gratify the appetite of man, nor to be the upper servant who provides his meals and takes care of his linen, it must follow that the first care of those mothers or fathers who really attend to the education of females should be, if not to strengthen the body, at least, not to destroy the constitution by mistaken notions of beauty and female excellence. Nor should girls ever be allowed to imbibe the pernicious notion that a defect can, by any chemical process of reasoning, become an excellence. In this respect, I am happy to find that the author of one of the most instructive books that our country has produced for children coincides with me in opinion. I shall quote his pertinent remarks to give the force of his respectable authority to reason. Footnote. A respectable old man gives the following sensible account of the method he pursued when educating his daughter. I endeavoured to give both to her mind and body a degree of vigour, which is seldom found in the female sex. As soon as she was sufficiently advanced in strength to be capable of the lighter labours of husbandry and gardening, I employed her as my constant companion. Selene, for that was her name, soon acquired a dexterity in all these rustic employments, which I considered with equal pleasure and admiration. If women are in general feeble both in body and mind, it arises less from nature than from education. We encourage a vicious indolence and inactivity, which we falsely call delicacy, instead of hardening their minds by the severer principles of reason and philosophy. We breed them to useless arts, which terminate in vanity and sensuality. In most of the countries which I had visited, they are taught nothing of an higher nature than a few modulations of the voice, or useless postures of the body. Their time is consumed in sloth or trifles, and trifles become the only pursuits capable of interesting them. We seem to forget that it is upon the qualities of the female sex that our own domestic comforts and the education of our children must depend. And what are the comforts or the education which a race of beings corrupted from their infancy and unacquainted with all the duties of life are fitted to bestow? To touch a musical instrument with useless skill, to exhibit their natural or affected graces to the eyes of indolent and debauched young men who dissipate their husbands' patrimony in riotous and unnecessary expenses. These are the only arts cultivated by women in most of the polished nations I had seen, and the consequences are uniformly such as may be expected to proceed from such polluted sources, private misery and public servitude. But Celine's education was regulated by different views, and conducted upon severer principles, if that can be called severity which opens the mind to a sense of moral and religious duties, and most effectually arms it against the inevitable evils of life. Mr. Day's Sandford and Merton, Volume 3. But should it be proved that woman is naturally weaker than man, from whence does it follow that it is natural for her to labour to become still weaker than nature intended her to be? Arguments of this cast are an insult to common sense and savour of passion. The divine right of husbands, like the divine right of kings, may, it is to be hoped, in this enlightened age be contested without danger, and though conviction may not silence many boisterous disputants, yet when any prevailing prejudice is attacked, the wise will consider, and leave the narrow-minded to rail with thoughtless vehemence at innovation. The mother, who wishes to give true dignity of character to her daughter, must, regardless of the sneers of ignorance, proceed on a plan diametrically opposite to that which Rousseau has recommended, with all the deluding charms of eloquence and philosophical sophistry, for his eloquence renders absurdities plausible and his dogmatic conclusions puzzle, without convincing those who have not ability to refute them. Throughout the whole animal kingdom, every young creature requires almost continual exercise, and the infancy of children, conformable to this intimation, should be passed in harmless gambols that exercise the feet and hands without requiring very minute direction from the head or the constant attention of a nurse. In fact, the care necessary for self-preservation is the first natural exercise of the understanding, as little inventions to amuse the present moment unfold the imagination. But these wise designs of nature are counteracted by mistaken fondness or blind zeal. The child is not left a moment to its own direction, particularly a girl, and thus rendered dependent. Dependence is called natural. To preserve personal beauty, woman's glory, the limbs and faculties are cramped with worse than Chinese bands, and the sedentary life which they are condemned to live, whilst boys frolic in the open air, weakens the muscles and relaxes the nerves. As for Rousseau's remarks, which have since been echoed by several writers, that they have naturally, that is from their birth, independent of education, a fondness for dolls, dressing, and talking, they are so puerile as not to merit a serious refutation. That a girl condemned to sit for hours together, listening to the idle chat of weak nurses, or to attend at her mother's toilet, will endeavour to join the conversation, is indeed very natural, and that she will imitate her mother or aunts, and amuse herself by adorning her lifeless doll as they do in dressing her, poor innocent babe, is undoubtedly a most natural consequence. For men of the greatest abilities have seldom had sufficient strength to rise above the surrounding atmosphere, and, if the page of genius has always been blurred by the prejudices of the age, some allowance should be made for a sex, who, like kings, always see things through a false medium. In this manner may the fondness for dress, conspicuous in women, be easily accounted for, without supposing it the result of a desire to please the sex on which they are dependent. The absurdity, in short, of supposing that a girl is naturally a coquette, and that a desire connected with the impulse of nature to propagate the species should appear even before an improper education has, by heating the imagination, called it forth prematurely, is so unphilosophical that such a sagacious observer as Rousseau would not have adopted it if he had not been accustomed to make reason give way to his desire of singularity, and truth to a favourite paradox. Yet thus to give a sex to mind was not very consistent with the principles of a man who argued so warmly and so well for the immortality of the soul. But what a weak barrier its truth when it stands in the way of an hypothesis. Rousseau respected, almost adored virtue, and yet allowed himself to love with sensual fondness. His imagination constantly prepared inflammable fuel for his inflammable senses, but in order to reconcile his respect for self-denial, fortitude, and those heroic virtues, which a mind like his could not coolly admire, he labors to invert the law of nature, and broaches a doctrine pregnant with mischief and derogatory to the character of supreme wisdom. His ridiculous stories, which tend to prove that girls are naturally attentive to their persons, without laying any stress on daily remarques, are below contempt, and that a little miss should have such a correct taste as to neglect the pleasing amusement of making O's, merely because she perceived that it was an ungraceful attitude, should be selected with the anecdotes of the learned pig. Footnote: I once knew a young person who learned to write before she learned to read, and began to write with her needle before she could use a pen. At first, indeed, she took it into her head to make no other letter than the O. This letter she was constantly making of all sizes and always the wrong way. Unluckily, one day, as she was intent on this employment, she happened to see herself in the looking-glass, when, taking a dislike to the constrained attitude in which she sat while writing, she threw away her pen like another Pallas, and determined against making the O any more. Her brother was also equally averse to writing. It was the confinement, however, and not the constrained attitude, that most disgusted him. Rousseau's Emilius. I have probably had an opportunity of observing more girls in their infancy than J. Rousseau. I can recollect my own feelings, and I have looked steadily around me. Yet, so far from coinciding with him in opinion respecting the first dawn of the female character, I will venture to affirm that a girl, whose spirits have not been damped by inactivity, or innocence tainted by false shame, will always be a romp, and the doll will never excite attention unless confinement allows her no alternative. Girls and boys, in short, would play harmless together if the distinction of sex was not inculcated long before nature makes any difference. I will go further and affirm as an indisputable fact that most of the women in the circle of my observation who have acted like rational creatures or shown any vigor of intellect have accidentally been allowed to run wild, as some of the elegant formers of the fair sex would insinuate. The baneful consequences which flow from inattention to health during infancy and youth extend further than is supposed. Dependence of body naturally produces dependence of mind, and how can she be a good wife or mother, the greater part of whose time is employed to guard against or endure sickness? Nor can it be expected that a woman will resolutely endeavor to strengthen her constitution and abstain from enervating indulgences, if artificial notions of beauty and false descriptions of sensibility have been early entangled with her motives of action. Most men are sometimes obliged to bear with bodily inconveniences, and to endure occasionally the inclemency of the elements. But genteel women are, literally speaking, slaves to their bodies, and glory in their subjection. I once knew a weak woman of fashion who was more than commonly proud of her delicacy and sensibility. She thought a distinguishing taste and puny appetite the height of all human perfection, and acted accordingly. I have seen this weak, sophisticated being neglect all the duties of life, yet recline with self-complacency on a sofa, and boast of her want of appetite as a proof of delicacy that extended to, or perhaps arose from, her exquisite sensibility, for it is difficult to render intelligible such ridiculous jargon. Yet at the moment I have seen her insult a worthy old gentlewoman whom unexpected misfortunes had made dependent on her ostentatious bounty, and who, in better days, had claims on her gratitude. Is it possible that a human creature should have become such a weak and depraved being if, like the Sybarites, dissolved in luxury, everything like virtue had not been worn away, or never impressed by precept, a poor substitute, it is true, for cultivation of mind, though it serves as a fence against vice? Such a woman is not a more irrational monster than some of the Roman emperors, who were depraved by lawless power. Yet, since kings have been more under the restraint of law and the curb, however, weak of honour, the records of history are not filled with such unnatural instances of folly and cruelty. Nor does the despotism that kills virtue and genius in the bud hover over Europe with that destructive blast which desolates Turkey and renders the men as well as the soil unfruitful. Women are everywhere in this deplorable state, for in order to preserve their innocence, as ignorance is courteously termed, truth is hidden from them, and they are made to assume an artificial character before their faculties have acquired any strength. Taught from their infancy that beauty is woman's sceptre, the mind shapes itself to the body and, roaming round its gilt cage, only seeks to adorn its prison. Men have various employments and pursuits which engage their attention and give a character to the opening mind. But women, confined to one, and having their thoughts constantly directed to the most insignificant part of themselves, seldom extend their views beyond the triumph of the hour. But was their understanding once emancipated from the slavery to which the pride and sensuality of man and their short-sighted desire, like that of dominion in tyrants, of present sway, has subjected them, we should probably read of their weaknesses with surprise. I must be allowed to pursue the argument a little farther. Perhaps, if the existence of an evil being was allowed, who, in the allegorical language of Scripture, went about seeking whom he should devour, he could not more effectually degrade the human character than by giving a man absolute power. This argument branches into various ramifications. Birth, riches, and every intrinsic advantage that exalt a man above his fellows without any mental exertion sink him in reality below them. In proportion to his weakness, he is played upon by designing men, till the bloated monster has lost all traces of humanity, and that tribes of men, like flocks of sheep, should quietly follow such a leader, is a solecism that only a desire of present enjoyment and narrowness of understanding can solve. Educated in slavish dependence, and enervated by luxury and sloth, where shall we find men who will stand forth to assert the rights of man, or claim the privilege of moral beings who should have but one road to excellence? Slavery to monarchs and ministers, which the world will be long in freeing itself from, and whose deadly grasp stops the progress of the human mind, is not yet abolished. Let not men then, in the pride of power, use the same arguments that tyrannic kings and venal ministers have used, and fallaciously assert that woman ought to be subjected because she has always been so. But when man, governed by reasonable laws, enjoys his natural freedom, let him despise woman if she do not share it with him. Until that glorious period arrives in descanting on the folly of the sex, let him not overlook his own. Women, it is true, obtaining power by unjust means, by practicing or fostering vice, evidently lose the rank which reason would assign them, and they become either abject slaves or capricious tyrants. They lose all simplicity, all dignity of mind in acquiring power, and act as men are observed to act when they have been exalted by the same means. It is time to effect a revolution in female manners, time to restore to them their lost dignity, and make them, as a part of the human species, labor by reforming themselves to reform the world. It is time to separate unchangeable morals from local manners. If men be demigods, why let us serve them? And if the dignity of the female soul be as disputable as that of animals, if their reason does not afford sufficient light to direct their conduct whilst unerring instinct is denied, they are surely, of all creatures, the most miserable, and bent beneath the iron hand of destiny, must submit to be a fair defect in creation. But to justify the ways of Providence respecting them by pointing out some irrefragable reason for thus making such a large portion of mankind accountable and not accountable, would puzzle the subtlest casuist. The only solid foundation for morality appears to be the character of the Supreme Being, the harmony of which arises from a balance of attributes, and, to speak with reverence, one attribute seems to imply the necessity of another. He must be just. Because he is wise, he must be good, because he is omnipotent. For to exalt one attribute at the expense of another, equally noble and necessary, bears the stamp of the warped reason of man, the homage of passion. Man, accustomed to bow down to power in his savage state, can seldom divest himself of this barbarous prejudice, even when civilization determines how much superior mental is to bodily strength. And his reason is clouded by these crude opinions, even when he thinks of the deity. His omnipotence is made to swallow up, or preside over his other attributes, and those mortals are supposed to limit his power irreverently, who think that it must be regulated by his wisdom. I disclaim that species of humility, which, after investigating nature, stops at the author. The high and lofty one, who inhabiteth eternity, doubtless possesses many attributes of which we can form no conception. But reason tells me that they cannot clash with those I adore, and I am compelled to listen to her voice. It seems natural for man to search for excellence, and either to trace it in the object that he worships, or blindly to invest it with perfection as a garment. But what good effect can the latter mode of worship have on the moral conduct of a rational being? He bends to power. He adores a dark cloud which may open a bright prospect to him, or burst in angry, lawless fury on his devoted head. He knows not why. And supposing that the deity acts from the vague impulse of an undirected will, man must also follow his own, or act according to rules, deduced from principles which he disclaims as irreverent. Into this dilemma have both enthusiasts and cooler thinkers fallen, when they labored to free men from the wholesome restraints which a just conception of the character of God imposes. It is not impious thus to scan the attributes of the Almighty. In fact, who can avoid it that exercises his faculties? For to love God as the fountain of wisdom, goodness, and power appears to be the only worship useful to a being who wishes to acquire either virtue or knowledge. A blind, unsettled affection may, like human passions, occupy the mind and warm the heart, whilst to do justice, love mercy, and walk humbly with our God is forgotten. I shall pursue this subject still further when I consider religion in a light opposite to that recommended by Dr. Gregory, who treats it as a matter of sentiment or taste. To return from this apparent digression, it were to be wished that women would cherish an affection for their husbands, founded on the same principle that devotion ought to rest upon. No other firm base is there under heaven, for let them beware of the fallacious light of sentiment, too often used as a softer phrase for sensuality. It follows then, I think, that from their infancy women should either be shut up like Eastern princes, or educated in such a manner as to be able to think and act for themselves. Why do men halt between two opinions, and expect impossibilities? Why do they expect virtue from a slave, or from a being whom the constitution of civil society has rendered weak, if not vicious? Still, I know that it will require a considerable length of time to eradicate the firmly rooted prejudices which sensualists have planted. It will also require some time to convince women that they act contrary to their real interest on an enlarged scale when they cherish or affect weakness under the name of delicacy, and to convince the world that the poisoned source of female vices and follies, if it be necessary, in compliance with custom, to use synonymous terms in a lax sense, has been the sensual homage paid to beauty of features, for it has been shrewdly observed by a German writer that a pretty woman, as an object of desire, is generally allowed to be so by men of all descriptions, whilst a fine woman, who inspires more sublime emotions by displaying intellectual beauty, may be overlooked or observed with indifference by those men who find their happiness in the gratification of their appetites. I foresee an obvious retort. Whilst man remains such an imperfect being as he appears hitherto to have been, he will, more or less, be the slave of his appetites, and those women obtaining most power who gratify a predominant one, the sex is degraded by a physical, if not by a moral necessity. This objection has, I grant, some force, but while such a sublime precept exists as, "Be pure as your heavenly Father is pure," it would seem that the virtues of man are not limited by the being who alone could limit them, and that he may press forward without considering whether he steps out of his sphere by indulging such a noble ambition. To the wild billows it has been said, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no further, and here shall thy proud waves be stayed." Vainly then do they beat and foam, restrained by the power that confines the struggling planets within their orbits. Matter yields to the great governing spirit. But an immortal soul, not restrained by mechanical laws, and struggling to free itself from the shackles of matter, contributes to, instead of disturbing, the order of creation, when, cooperating with the Father of spirits, it tries to govern itself by the invariable rule that, in a degree, before which our imagination faints, the universe is regulated. Besides, if women are educated for dependence, that is, to act according to the will of another fallible being, and submit, right or wrong, to power, where are we to stop? Are they to be considered as vice-regents, allowed to reign over a small domain, and answerable for their conduct to a higher tribunal, liable to error? It will not be difficult to prove that such delegates will act like men subjected by fear, and make their children and servants endure their tyrannical oppression. As they submit without reason, they will, having no fixed rules to square their conduct by, be kind or cruel, just as the whim of the moment directs, and we ought not to wonder if, sometimes, galled by their heavy yoke, they take a malignant pleasure in resting it on weaker shoulders. But supposing a woman, trained up to obedience, be married to a sensible man who directs her judgment, without making her feel the servility of her subjection, to act with as much propriety by this reflected light as can be expected when reason is taken at second hand, yet she cannot ensure the life of her protector. He may die and leave her with a large family. A double duty devolves on her, to educate them in the character of both father and mother, to form their principles and secure their property. But, alas, She has never thought, much less acted for herself. She has only learned to please men, to depend gracefully on them. Yet, encumbered with children, how is she to obtain another protector, a husband to supply the place of reason? A rational man, for we are not treading on romantic ground, though he may think her a pleasing, docile creature, will not choose to marry a family for love, when the world contains many more pretty creatures. What is then to become of her? She either falls an easy prey to some mean fortune hunter who defrauds her children of their paternal inheritance and renders her miserable, or becomes the victim of discontent and blind indulgence, unable to educate her sons or impress them with respect. For it is not a play on words to assert that people are never respected, though filling an important station, who are not respectable. She pines under the anguish of unavailing, impotent regret. The serpent's tooth enters into her very soul, and the vices of licentious youth bring her with sorrow, if not with poverty also, to the grave. This is not an overcharged picture. On the contrary, it is a very possible case, and something similar must have fallen under every attentive eye. I have, however, taken it for granted that she was well disposed, though experience shows that the blind may as easily be led into a ditch as along the beaten road. But supposing, no very improbable conjecture, that a being only taught to please must still find her happiness in pleasing, what an example of folly, not to say vice, will she be to her innocent daughters? The mother will be lost in the coquette, and, instead of making friends of her daughters, view them with eyes askance, for they are rivals. Rivals more cruel than any other, because they invite a comparison and drive her from the throne of beauty, who has never thought of a seat on the bench of reason. It does not require a lively pencil or the discriminating outline of a caricature to sketch the domestic miseries and petty vices which such a mistress of a family diffuses. Still she only acts as a woman ought to act, brought up according to Rousseau's system. She can never be reproached for being masculine or turning out of her sphere. Nay, she may observe another of his grand rules and, cautiously preserving her reputation free from spot, be reckoned a good kind of woman. Yet in what respect can she be termed good? She abstains, it is true, without any great struggle, from committing gross crimes. But how does she fulfill her duties? Duties. In truth, she has enough to think of to adorn her body and nurse a weak constitution. With respect to religion, she never presumed to judge for herself, but conformed as a dependent creature should to the ceremonies of the church which she was brought up in, piously believing that wiser heads than her own have settled that business, and not to doubt is her point of perfection. She therefore pays her tithe of mint and cummin, and thanks her God that she is not as other women are. These are the blessed effects of a good education, these the virtues of man's helpmate. I must relieve myself by drawing a different picture. Let fancy now present a woman with a tolerable understanding, for I do not wish to leave the line of mediocrity, whose constitution, strengthened by exercise, has allowed her body to acquire its full vigor, her mind at the same time gradually expanding itself to comprehend the moral duties of life and in what human virtue and dignity consist. Formed thus by the relative duties of her station, she marries from affection, without losing sight of prudence, and looking beyond matrimonial felicity. She secures her husband's respect before it is necessary to exert mean arts to please him, and feed a dying flame, which nature doomed to expire when the object became familiar, when friendship and forbearance take place of a more ardent affection. This is the natural death of love, and domestic peace is not destroyed by struggles to prevent its extinction. I also suppose the husband to be virtuous, or she is still more in want of independent principles. Fate, however, breaks this tie. She is left a widow, perhaps, without a sufficient provision, but she is not desolate. The pang of nature is felt, but after time has softened sorrow into melancholy resignation, her heart turns to her children with redoubled fondness and anxious to provide for them. Affection gives a sacred heroic cast to her maternal duties. She thinks that not only the eye sees her virtuous efforts, from whom all her comfort now must flow, and whose approbation is life, but her imagination, a little abstracted and exalted by grief, dwells on the fond hope that the eyes which her trembling hand closed may still see how she subdues every wayward passion to fulfill the double duty of being the father as well as the mother of her children. Raised to heroism by misfortunes, she represses the first faint dawning of a natural inclination before it ripens into love, and in the bloom of life forgets her sex, forgets the pleasure of an awakening passion which might again have been inspired and returned. She no longer thinks of pleasing, and conscious dignity prevents her from priding herself on account of the praise which her conduct demands. Her children have her love, and her brightest hopes are beyond the grave, where her imagination often strays. I think I see her surrounded by her children, reaping the reward of her care. The intelligent eye meets hers, whilst health and innocence smile on their chubby cheeks, and as they grow up, the cares of life are lessened by their grateful attention. She lives to see the virtues which she endeavored to plant on principles, fixed into habits, to see her children attain a strength of character sufficient to enable them to endure adversity without forgetting their mother's example. The task of life thus fulfilled, she calmly waits for the sleep of death, and rising from the grave may say, "Behold, thou gavest me a talent, and here are 5 talents." I wish to sum up what I have said in a few words, for I here throw down my gauntlet and deny the existence of sexual virtues, not excepting modesty. For man and woman, truth, if I understand the meaning of the word, must be the same. Yet the fanciful female character, so prettily drawn by poets and novelists, demanding the sacrifice of truth and sincerity. Virtue becomes a relative idea, having no other foundation than utility, and of that utility men pretend arbitrarily to judge, shaping it to their own convenience. Women, I allow, may have different duties to fulfill, but they are human duties, and the principles that should regulate the discharge of them, I sturdily maintain, must be the same. To become respectable, the exercise of their understanding is necessary. There is no other foundation for independence of character. I mean explicitly to say that they must only bow to the authority of reason, instead of being the modest slaves of opinion. In the superior ranks of life, how seldom do we meet with a man of superior abilities, or even common acquirements. The reason appears to me clear. The state they are born in was an unnatural one. The human character has ever been formed by the employments the individual or class pursues, and if the faculties are not sharpened by necessity, they must remain obtuse. The argument may fairly be extended to women, For seldom occupied by serious business, the pursuit of pleasure gives that insignificancy to their character which renders the society of the great so insipid. The same want of firmness, produced by a similar cause, forces them both to fly from themselves to noisy pleasures and artificial passions, till vanity takes place of every social affection, and the characteristics of humanity can scarcely be discerned. Such are the blessings of civil governments, as they are at present organized, that wealth and female softness equally tend to debase mankind and are produced by the same cause. But allowing women to be rational creatures, they should be incited to acquire virtues which they may call their own, for how can a rational being be ennobled by anything that is not obtained by its own exertions? Chapter 4. Observations on the state of degradation, to which woman is reduced by various causes. That woman is naturally weak or degraded by a concurrence of circumstances is, I think, clear. But this position I shall simply contrast with a conclusion which I have frequently heard fall from sensible men in favor of an aristocracy, that the mass of mankind cannot be anything, or the obsequious slaves who patiently allow themselves to be penned up would feel their own consequence and spurn their chains. Men, they further observe, submit everywhere to oppression, when they have only to lift up their heads to throw off the yoke. Yet instead of asserting their birthright, they quietly lick the dust and say, "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." Women, I argue from analogy, are degraded by the same propensity to enjoy the present moment, and at last despise the freedom which they have not sufficient virtue to struggle to attain. But I must be more explicit. With respect to the culture of the heart, it is unanimously allowed that sex is out of the question. But the line of subordination in the mental powers is never to be passed over. Only, absolute in loveliness, the portion of rationality granted to woman is, indeed, very scanty. For denying her genius and judgment, it is scarcely possible to divine what remains to characterize intellect. The stamina of immortality, if I may be allowed the phrase, is the perfectibility of human reason. For, was man created perfect, or did a flood of knowledge break in upon him when he arrived at maturity that precluded error? I should doubt whether his existence would be continued after the dissolution of the body. But in the present state of things, every difficulty in morals that escapes from human discussion and equally baffles the investigation of profound thinking and the lightning glance of genius is an argument on which I build my belief of the immortality of the soul. Reason is, consequentially, the simple power of improvement, or, more properly speaking, of discerning truth. Every individual is in this respect a world in itself. More or less may be conspicuous in one being than other, but the nature of reason must be the same in all if it be an emanation of divinity, the tie that connects the creature with the Creator. For can that soul be stamped with the heavenly image that is not perfected by the exercise of its own reason, yet outwardly ornamented with elaborate care, and so adorned to delight man, that with honour he may love? Vid Milton. The soul of woman is not allowed to have this distinction, and man ever placed between her and reason, she is always represented as only created to see through a gross medium, and to take things on trust. But dismissing these fanciful theories, and considering woman as a whole, let it be what it will instead of a part of man, the inquiry is whether she has reason or not. If she has, which, For a moment I will take for granted she was not created merely to be the solace of man, and the sexual should not destroy the human character. Into this error men have, probably, been led by viewing education in a false light, not considering it as the first step to form a being advancing gradually toward perfection. This word is not strictly just, but I cannot find a better, but only as a preparation for life. On this sensual error, for I must call it so, has the false system of female manners been reared, which robs the whole sex of its dignity, and classes the brown and fair with the smiling flowers that only adorn the land. This has ever been the language of men, and the fear of departing from a supposed sexual character has made even women of superior sense adopt the same sentiments. Thus understanding, strictly speaking, has been denied to woman, and instinct, sublimated into wit and cunning for the purposes of life, has been substituted in its stead. The power of generalizing ideas, of drawing comprehensive conclusions from individual observations, is the only acquirement for an immortal being that really deserves the name of knowledge. Merely to observe without endeavoring to account for anything may, in a very incomplete manner, serve as the common sense of life. But where is the store laid up that is to clothe the soul when it leaves the body? This power has not only been denied to women, but writers have insisted that it is inconsistent, with a few exceptions, with their sexual character. Let men prove this, and I shall grant that woman only exists for man. I must, however, previously remark that the power of generalizing ideas to any great extent is not very common amongst men or women. But this exercise is the true cultivation of the understanding, and everything conspires to render the cultivation of the understanding more difficult in the female than the male world. I am naturally led by this assertion to the main subject of the present chapter, and shall now attempt to point out some of the causes that degrade the sex and prevent women from generalizing their observations. I shall not go back to the remote annals of antiquity to trace the history of woman. It is sufficient to allow that she has always been either a slave or a despot, and to remark that each of these situations equally retards the progress of reason. The grand source of female folly and vice has ever appeared to me to arise from narrowness of mind, and the very constitution of civil governments has put almost insuperable obstacles in the way to prevent the cultivation of the female understanding. Yet virtue can be built on no other foundation. The same obstacles are thrown in the way of the rich, and the same consequences ensue. Necessity has been proverbially termed the mother of invention. The aphorism may be extended to virtue. It is an acquirement, and an acquirement to which pleasure must be sacrificed, and who sacrifices pleasure when it is within the grasp, whose mind has not been opened and strengthened by adversity, or the pursuit of knowledge goaded on by necessity. Happy is it when people have the cares of life to struggle with, for these struggles prevent their becoming a prey to enervating vices merely from idleness. But if from their birth men and women are placed in a torrid zone, with the meridian sun of pleasure darting directly upon them, how can they sufficiently brace their minds to discharge the duties of life, or even to relish the affections that carry them out of themselves? Pleasure is the business of a woman's life, according to the present modification of society, and while it continues to be so, little can be expected from such weak beings. inheriting in a lineal descent from the first fair defect in nature, the sovereignty of beauty. They have, to maintain their power, resigned their natural rights, which the exercise of reason might have procured them, and chosen rather to be short-lived queens than labor to attain the sober pleasures that arise from equality. Exalted by their inferiority, this sounds like a contradiction, they constantly demand homage as women, though experience should teach them that the men who pride themselves upon paying this arbitrary, insolent respect to the sex with the most scrupulous exactness are most inclined to tyrannize over and despise the very weakness they cherish. Often do they repeat Mr. Hume's sentiments. When comparing the French and Athenian character, he alludes to women. But what is more singular in this whimsical nation, say I to the Athenians, is that a frolic of yours during the Saturnalia, when the slaves are served by their masters, is seriously continued by them through the whole year and through the whole course of their lives, accompanied, too, with some circumstances which still further augment the absurdity and ridicule. Your sport only elevates for a few days those whom fortune has thrown down, and whom she too in sport may really elevate forever above you. But this nation gravely exalts those whom nature has subjected to them, and whose inferiority and infirmities are absolutely incurable. The women, though without virtue, are their masters and sovereigns. Ah, why do women, I write with affectionate solicitude, condescend to receive a degree of attention and respect from strangers different from that reciprocation of civility which the dictates of humanity and the politeness of civilization authorize between man and man? And why do they not discover, when in the noon of beauty's power, that they are treated like queens, only to be deluded by hollow respect, till they are led to resign or not assume their natural prerogatives? Confined then in cages, like the feathered race, they have nothing to do but to plume themselves and stalk with mock majesty from perch to perch. It is true they are provided with food and raiment, for which they neither toil nor spin, but health, liberty, and virtue are given in exchange. But where amongst mankind has been found sufficient strength of mind to enable a being to resign these adventitious prerogatives? One who, rising with the calm dignity of reason above opinion, dared to be proud of the privileges inherent in man. And it is vain to expect it whilst hereditary power chokes the affections and nips reason in the bud. The passions of men have thus placed women on thrones, and till mankind become more reasonable, it is to be feared that women will avail themselves of the power which they attained with the least exertion, and which is the most indisputable. They will smile, yes, they will smile, though told that in beauty's empire is no mean, and woman, either slave or queen, is quickly scorned when not adored. But the adoration comes first, and the scorn is not anticipated. Louis XIV, in particular, spread factitious manners and caught in a specious way the whole nation in his toils. For establishing an artful chain of despotism, he made it the interest of the people at large, individually to respect his station and support his power. And women, whom he flattered by a puerile attention to the whole sex, obtained in his reign that prince-like distinction so fatal to reason and virtue. A king is always a king, and a woman always a woman, and a wit always a wit might be added, for the vain fooleries of wits and beauties to obtain attention and make conquests are much upon a par. His authority and her sex ever stand between them and rational converse. With a lover, I grant she should be so, and her sensibility will naturally lead her to endeavor to excite emotion, not to gratify her vanity, but her heart. This I do not allow to be coquetry. It is the artless impulse of nature. I only exclaim against the sexual desire of conquest when the heart is out of the question. This desire is not confined to women. I have endeavored, says Lord Chesterfield, to gain the hearts of 20 women whose persons I would not have given a fig for. The libertine who in a gust of passion takes advantage of unsuspecting tenderness is a saint when compared with this cold-hearted rascal, for I like to use significant words, yet only taught to please. Women are always on the watch to please, and with true heroic ardor endeavor to gain hearts merely to resign or spurn them when the victory is decided and conspicuous. I must descend to the minutiae of the subject. I lament that women are systematically degraded by receiving the trivial attentions which men think it manly to pay to the sex when, in fact, they are insultingly supporting their own superiority. It is not condescension to bow to an inferior. So ludicrous, in fact, do these ceremonies appear to me, that I scarcely am able to govern my muscles when I see a man start with eager and serious solicitude to lift a handkerchief or shut a door when the lady could have done it herself, had she only moved a pace or two. A wild wish has just flown from my heart to my head, and I will not stifle it, though it may excite a hoarse laugh. I do earnestly wish to see the distinction of sex confounded in society, unless where love animates the behavior. For this distinction is, I am firmly persuaded, the foundation of the weakness of character ascribed to woman, is the cause why the understanding is neglected, whilst accomplishments are acquired with sedulous care, and the same cause accounts for their preferring the graceful before the heroic virtues. Mankind, including every description, wish to be loved and respected for something, and the common herd will always take the nearest road to the completion of their wishes. The respect paid to wealth and beauty is the most certain and unequivocal, and of course will always attract the vulgar eye of common minds. Abilities and virtues are absolutely necessary to raise men from the middle rank of life into notice, and the natural consequence is notorious. The middle rank contains most virtue and abilities. Men have thus, in one station at least, an opportunity of exerting themselves with dignity, and of rising by the exertions which really improve a rational creature. But the whole female sex are, till their character is formed, in the same condition as the rich. For they are born, I now speak of a state of civilization, with certain sexual privileges, and whilst they are gratuitously granted them, few will ever think of works of supererogation to obtain the esteem of a small number of superior people. When do we hear of women who, starting out of obscurity, boldly claim respect on account of their great abilities or daring virtues? Where are they to be found, to be observed, to be attended to be taken notice of with sympathy, complacency, and approbation, are all the advantages which they seek? True, my male readers will probably exclaim, but let them, before they draw any conclusion, recollect that this was not written originally as descriptive of women, but of the rich. In Dr. Smith's theory of moral sentiments, I have found a general character of people of rank and fortune that, in my opinion, might with the greatest propriety be applied to the female sex. I refer the sagacious reader to the whole comparison, but must be allowed to quote a passage to enforce an argument that I mean to insist on as the one most conclusive against a sexual character. For if, excepting warriors, no great men of any denomination have ever appeared amongst the nobility, may it not be fairly inferred that their local situation swallowed up the man and produced a character similar to that of women, who are localized, if I may be allowed the word, by the rank they are placed in by courtesy? Women, commonly called ladies, are not to be contradicted in company, are not allowed to exert any manual strength, and from them the negative virtues only are expected, when any virtues are expected: patience, docility, good humor, and flexibility, virtues incompatible with any vigorous exertion of intellect. Besides, by living more with each other, and to being seldom absolutely alone, they are more under the influence of sentiments than passions. Solitude and reflection are necessary to give to wishes the force of passions, and enable the imagination to enlarge the object and make it the most desirable. The same may be said of the rich. They do not sufficiently deal in general ideas collected by impassionate thinking or calm investigation to acquire that strength of character on which great resolves are built. But hear what an acute observer says of the great. Do the great seem insensible of the easy price at which they may acquire the public admiration? Or do they seem to imagine that to them, as to other men, it must be the purchase either of sweat or of blood? By what important accomplishments is the young nobleman instructed to support the dignity of his rank, and to render himself worthy of that superiority over his fellow citizens to which the virtue of his ancestors had raised them? Is it by knowledge, by industry, by patience, by self-denial, or by virtue of any kind? As all his words, as all his motions are attended to, he learns an habitual regard for every circumstance of ordinary behavior, and studies to perform all those small duties with the most exact propriety. As he is conscious how much he is observed and how much mankind are disposed to favor all his inclinations, he acts, upon the most indifferent occasions, with that freedom and elevation which the thought of this naturally inspires. His air, his manner, his deportment all mark that elegant and graceful sense of his own superiority, which those who are born to an inferior station can hardly ever arrive at. These are the arts by which he proposes to make mankind more easily submit to his authority, and to govern their inclinations according to his own pleasure. And in this he is seldom disappointed. These arts, supported by rank and preeminence, are, upon ordinary occasions, sufficient to govern the world. Louis XIV, during the greater part of his reign, was regarded, not only in France, but over all Europe, as the most perfect model of a great prince. But what were the talents and virtues by which he acquired this great reputation? Was it by the scrupulous and inflexible justice of all his undertakings, by the immense dangers and difficulties with which they were attended, or by the unwearied and unrelenting application with which he pursued them? Was it by his extensive knowledge, by his exquisite judgment, or by his heroic valor? It was by none of these qualities. But he was, first of all, the most powerful prince in Europe, and consequently held the highest rank among kings. And then, says his historian, he surpassed all his courtiers in the gracefulness of his shape, and the majestic beauty of his features. The sound of his voice, noble and affecting, gained those hearts which his presence intimidated. He had a step and a deportment which could suit only him and his rank, and which would have been ridiculous in any other person. The embarrassment which he occasioned to those who spoke to him flattered that secret satisfaction with which he felt his own superiority. These frivolous accomplishments, supported by his rank and, no doubt, too, by a degree of other talents and virtues, which seems, however, not to have been much above mediocrity, established this prince in the esteem of his own age, and have drawn even from posterity a good deal of respect for his memory. Compared with these in his own times and in his own presence, no other virtue, it seems, appeared to have any merit. Knowledge, industry, valor, and beneficence, trembling, were abashed, and lost all dignity before them. Woman, also, thus in herself complete, by possessing all these frivolous accomplishments, so changes the nature of things, that what she wills to do or say seems wisest, virtuousest, discreetest, best. All higher knowledge in her presence falls degraded. Wisdom in discourse with her loses discountenanced, and like folly shows. Authority and reason on her weight. And all this is built on her loveliness. In the middle rank of life, to continue the comparison, men in their youth are prepared for professions, and marriage is not considered as the grand feature in their lives, whilst women, on the contrary, have no other scheme to sharpen their faculties. It is not business, extensive plans, or any of the excursive flights of ambition that engross their attention. No, their thoughts are not employed in rearing such noble structures. To rise in the world and have the liberty of running from pleasure to pleasure, they must marry advantageously, and to this object their time is sacrificed, and their persons often legally prostituted. A man, when he enters any profession, has his eye steadily fixed on some future advantage, and the mind gains great strength by having all its efforts directed to one point. And full of his business, pleasure is considered as mere relaxation, whilst women seek for pleasure as the main purpose of existence. In fact, from the education which they receive from society, the love of pleasure may be said to govern them all. But does this prove that there is a sex in souls? It would be just as rational to declare that the courtiers in France, when a destructive system of despotism had formed their character, were not men, because liberty, virtue, and humanity were sacrificed to pleasure and vanity. Fatal passions which have ever domineered over the whole race. The same love of pleasure, fostered by the whole tendency of their education, gives a trifling turn to the conduct of women in most circumstances. For instance, they are ever anxious about secondary things, and on the watch for adventures, instead of being occupied by duties. A man, when he undertakes a journey, has, in general, the end in view. A woman thinks more of the incidental occurrences, those strange things that may possibly occur on the road, the impression that she may make on her fellow travelers. And, above all, she is anxiously intent on the care of the finery that she carries with her, which is more than ever a part of herself, when going to figure on a new scene. When, to use an apt French turn of expression, she is going to produce a sensation. Can dignity of mind exist with such trivial cares? In short, women in general, as well as the rich of both sexes, have acquired all the follies and vices of civilization and missed the useful fruit. It is not necessary for me always to premise that I speak of the condition of the whole sex, leaving exceptions out of the question. Their senses are inflamed and their understandings neglected. Consequently, they become the prey of their senses, delicately termed sensibility, and are blown about by every momentary gust of feeling. They are therefore in a much worse condition than they would be in were they in a state nearer to nature. Ever restless and anxious, their over-exercised sensibility not only renders them uncomfortable themselves, but troublesome, to use a soft phrase, to others. All their thoughts turn on things calculated to excite emotion, and, feeling when they should reason, their conduct is unstable, and their opinions are wavering, not the wavering produced by deliberation or progressive views, but by contradictory emotions. By fits and starts they are warm in many pursuits, yet this warmth, never concentrated into perseverance, soon exhausts itself, exhaled by its own heat or meeting with some other fleeting passion, to which reason has never given any specific gravity. Neutrality ensues. Miserable indeed must be that being whose cultivation of mind has only tended to inflame its passions. A distinction should be made between inflaming and strengthening them. The passions thus pampered, whilst the judgment is left unformed, what can be expected to ensue? Undoubtedly, a mixture of madness and folly. This observation should not be confined to the fair sex. However, at present, I only mean to apply it to them. Novels, music, poetry, and gallantry all tend to make women the creatures of sensation, and their character is thus formed during the time they are acquiring accomplishments, the only improvement they are excited, by their station in society, to acquire. This overstretched sensibility naturally relaxes the other powers of the mind and prevents intellect from attaining that sovereignty which it ought to attain, to render a rational creature useful to others and content with its own station. For the exercise of the understanding as life advances is the only method pointed out by nature to calm the passions. Satiety has a very different effect, and I have often been forcibly struck by an emphatical description of damnation when the spirit is represented as continually hovering with abortive eagerness round the defiled body, unable to enjoy anything without the organs of sense. Yet to their senses are women made slaves, because it is by their sensibility that they obtained present power. And will moralists pretend to assert that this is the condition in which one half of the human race should be encouraged to remain with listless inactivity and stupid acquiescence? Kind instructors, what were we created for? To remain, it may be said, innocent, they mean in a state of childhood. We might as well never have been born unless it were necessary that we should be created to enable man to acquire the noble privilege of reason, the power of discerning good from evil, whilst we lie down in the dust from whence we were taken, never to rise again. It would be an endless task to trace the variety of meannesses, cares, and sorrows into which women are plunged by the prevailing opinion that they were created rather to feel than reason, and that all the power they obtain must be obtained by their charms and weakness. Fine by defect and amiably weak, and made by this amiable weakness entirely dependent, accepting what they gain by illicit sway, on man not only for protection, but advice. Is it surprising that, neglecting the duties that reason alone points out, and shrinking from trials calculated to strengthen their minds, they only exert themselves to give their defects a graceful covering, which may serve to heighten their charms in the eye of the voluptuary, though it sink them below the scale of moral excellence. Fragile in every sense of the word, they are obliged to look up to man for every comfort. In the most trifling dangers they cling to their support, with parasitical tenacity, piteously demanding succor, and their natural protector extends his arm or lifts up his voice to guard the lovely trembler. From what? Perhaps the frown of an old cow or the jump of a mouse. A rat would be a serious danger. In the name of reason and even common sense, what can save such beings from contempt, even though they be soft and fair? These fears, when not affected, may be very pretty, but they show a degree of imbecility that degrades a rational creature in a way women are not aware of, for love and esteem are very distinct things. I am fully persuaded that we should hear of none of these infantine airs if girls were allowed to take sufficient exercise and not confined in close rooms till their muscles are relaxed and their powers of digestion destroyed. To carry the remark still further, if fear in girls, instead of being cherished, perhaps created, were treated in the same manner as cowardice in boys, we should quickly see women with more dignified aspects. It is true they could not then, with equal propriety, be termed the sweet flowers that smile in the walk of man, but they would be more respectable members of society, and discharge the important duties of life by the light of their own reason. Educate women like men, says Rousseau, and the more they resemble our sex, the less power will they have over us. This is the very point I aim at. I do not wish them to have power over men, but over themselves. In the same strain have I heard men argue against instructing the poor, for many are the forms that aristocracy assumes. Teach them to read and write, say they, and you take them out of the station assigned them by nature. An eloquent Frenchman has answered them, I will borrow his sentiments. But they know not, when they make man a brute, that they may expect every instant to see him transformed into a ferocious beast. Without knowledge there can be no morality. Ignorance is a frail base for virtue. Yet that it is the condition for which woman was organized has been insisted upon by the writers who have most vehemently argued in favor of the superiority of man, a superiority not in degree, but essence. Though, to soften the argument, they have labored to prove, with chivalrous generosity, that the sexes ought not to be compared. Man was made to reason, woman to feel, and that together, flesh and spirit, they make the most perfect whole, by blending happily reason and sensibility into one character. And what is sensibility? Quickness of sensation, quickness of perception, delicacy. Thus is it defined by Dr. Johnson, and the definition gives me no other idea than of the most exquisitely polished instinct. I discern not a trace of the image of God in either sensation or matter. Refined 70 times 7, they are still material. Intellect dwells not there, nor will fire ever make lead gold. I come round to my old argument. If woman be allowed to have an immortal soul, she must have, as the employment of life, an understanding to improve. And when, to render the present state more complete, though everything proves it to be but a fraction of a mighty sum, she is incited by present gratification to forget her grand destination. Nature is counteracted, or she was born only to procreate and rot, or, granting brutes of every description, a soul, though not a reasonable one, the exercise of instinct and sensibility may be the step which they are to take in this life towards the attainment of reason in the next, so that through all eternity they will lag behind man, who, why we cannot tell, had the power given him of attaining reason in his first mode of existence. When I treat of the peculiar duties of women as I should treat of the peculiar duties of a citizen or father, it will be found that I do not mean to insinuate that they should be taken out of their families, speaking of the majority. He that hath wife and children, says Lord Bacon, hath given hostages to fortune, for they are impediments to great enterprises, either of virtue or mischief. Certainly the best works and of greatest merit for the public have proceeded from the unmarried or childless men. I say the same of women. But the welfare of society is not built on extraordinary exertions, and were it more reasonably organized, there would be still less need of great abilities or heroic virtues. In the regulation of a family and the education of children, understanding in an unsophisticated sense is particularly required, strength both of body and mind. Yet the men who, by their writings, have most earnestly labored to domesticate women, have endeavored by arguments dictated by a gross appetite that satiety had rendered fastidious, to weaken their bodies and cramp their minds. But if even by these sinister methods they really persuaded women, by working on their feelings, to stay at home and fulfill the duties of a mother and mistress of a family, I should cautiously oppose opinions that led women to right conduct, by prevailing on them to make the discharge of a duty the business of life, though reason were insulted. Yet, and I appeal to experience, if by neglecting the understanding they are as much, nay, more attached from these domestic duties than they could be by the most serious intellectual pursuit, though it may be observed that the mass of mankind will never vigorously pursue an intellectual object, I may be allowed to infer that reason is absolutely necessary to enable a woman to perform any duty properly, and I must again repeat that sensibility is not reason. The comparison with the rich still occurs to me, for when men neglect the duties of humanity, women will do the same. A common stream hurries them both along with thoughtless celerity. Riches and honors prevent a man from enlarging his understanding and enervate all his powers by reversing the order of nature, which has ever made true pleasure the reward of labor. Pleasure, enervating pleasure, is, likewise, within woman's reach without earning it. But till hereditary possessions are spread abroad, how can we expect men to be proud of virtue? And till they are, women will govern them by the most direct means, neglecting their dull domestic duties to catch the pleasure that is on the wing of time. The power of women, says some author, is her sensibility, and men not aware of the consequence do all they can to make this power swallow up every other. Those who constantly employ their sensibility will have most, for example, poets, painters, and composers. Yet when the sensibility is thus increased at the expense of reason, and even the imagination, why do philosophical men complain of their fickleness? The sexual attention of man particularly acts on female sensibility, and this sympathy has been exercised from their youth up. A husband cannot long pay those attentions with the passion necessary to excite lively emotions, and the heart, accustomed to lively emotions, turns to a new lover, or pines in secret, the prey of virtue or prudence. I mean when the heart has really been rendered susceptible, and the taste formed. For I am apt to conclude from what I have seen in fashionable life, that vanity is oftener fostered than sensibility by the mode of education and the intercourse between the sexes, which I have reprobated, and that coquetry more frequently proceeds from vanity than from that inconstancy which overstrained sensibility naturally produces. Another argument that has had a great weight with me must, I think, have some force with every considerate, benevolent heart. Girls who have been thus weakly educated are often cruelly left by their parents without any provision, and of course are dependent on not only the reason, but the bounty of their brothers. These brothers are, to view the fairest side of the question, good sort of men, and give as a favour what children of the same parents had an equal right to. In this equivocal, humiliating situation, a docile female may remain some time with a tolerable degree of comfort. But when the brother marries, a probable circumstance from being considered as the mistress of the family, she is viewed with averted looks as an intruder, an unnecessary burden on the benevolence of the master of the house and his new partner. Who can recount the misery which many unfortunate beings, whose minds and bodies are equally weak, suffer in such situations, unable to work and ashamed to beg? The wife, a cold-hearted, narrow-minded woman, and this is not an unfair supposition, for the present mode of education does not tend to enlarge the heart any more than the understanding, is jealous of the little kindness which her husband shows to his relations, and her sensibility not rising to humanity, she is displeased at seeing the property of her children lavished on an helpless sister. These are matters of fact, which have come under my eye again and again. The consequence is obvious. The wife has recourse to cunning to undermine the habitual affection which she is afraid openly to oppose, and neither tears nor caresses are spared till the spy is worked out of her home and thrown on the world unprepared for its difficulties, or sent as a great effort of generosity, or from some regard to propriety, with a small stipend and an uncultivated mind into joyless solitude. These two women may be much upon a par with respect to reason and humanity, and changing situations might have acted just the same selfish part. But had they been differently educated, the case would also have been very different. The wife would not have had that sensibility of which self is the centre, and reason might have taught her not to expect, and not even to be flattered by the affection of her husband, if it led him to violate prior duties. She would wish not to love him, merely because he loved her, but on account of his virtues, and the sister might have been able to struggle for herself, instead of eating the bitter bread of dependence. I am indeed persuaded that the heart as well as the understanding is opened by cultivation, and by which may not appear so clear, strengthening the organs. I am not now talking of momentary flashes of sensibility, but of affections, and perhaps in the education of both sexes, the most difficult task is so to adjust instruction as not to narrow the understanding, whilst the heart is warmed by the generous juices of spring, just raised by the electric fermentation of the season, nor to dry up the feelings by employing the mind in investigations remote from life. With respect to women, when they receive a careful education, they are either made fine ladies, brimful of sensibility, and teeming with capricious fancies, or mere notable women. The latter are often friendly, honest creatures, and have a shrewd kind of good sense joined with worldly prudence, that often render them more useful members of society than the fine sentimental lady, though they possess neither greatness of mind nor taste. The intellectual world is shut against them. Take them out of their family or neighborhood, and they stand still, the mind finding no employment, for literature affords a fund of amusement which they have never sought to relish, but frequently to despise. The sentiments and taste of more cultivated minds appear ridiculous, even in those whom chance and family connections have led them to love. But in mere acquaintance they think it all affectation. A man of sense can only love such a woman on account of her sex, and respect her, because she is a trusty servant. He lets her, to preserve his own peace, scold the servants, and go to church in clothes made of the very best materials. A man of her own size of understanding would, probably, not agree so well with her, for he might wish to encroach on her prerogative, and manage some domestic concerns himself. Yet women, whose minds are not enlarged by cultivation, or the natural selfishness of sensibility expanded by reflection, are very unfit to manage a family, for by an undue stretch of power they are always tyrannizing to support a superiority that only rests on the arbitrary distinction of fortune. The evil is sometimes more serious, and domestics are deprived of innocent indulgences, and made to work beyond their strength, in order to enable the notable woman to keep a better table, and outshine her neighbours in finery and parade. If she attend to her children, it is in general to dress them in a costly manner, and whether this attention arises from vanity or fondness, it is equally pernicious. Besides, how many women of this description pass their days, or at least their evenings, discontentedly. Their husbands acknowledge that they are good managers and chaste wives, but leave home to seek for more agreeable, may I be allowed to use a significant French word, piquant society, and the patient drudge who fulfills her task, like a blind horse in a mill, is defrauded of her just reward. For the wages due to her are the caresses of her husband, and women who have so few resources in themselves do not very patiently bear this privation of a natural right. A fine lady, on the contrary, has been taught to look down with contempt on the vulgar employments of life, though she has only been incited to acquire accomplishments that rise a degree above sense. For even corporeal accomplishments cannot be acquired with any degree of precision unless the understanding has been strengthened by exercise. Without a foundation of principles, taste is superficial, and grace must arise from something deeper than imitation. The imagination, however, is heated, and the feelings rendered fastidious, if not sophisticated, or a counterpoise of judgment is not acquired when the heart still remains artless, though it becomes too tender. These women are often amiable, and their hearts are really more sensible to general benevolence, more alive to the sentiments that civilize life, than the square-elbowed family drudge, but wanting a due proportion of reflection and self-government, they only inspire love, and are the mistresses of their husbands, whilst they have any hold on their affections, and the platonic friends of his male acquaintance. These are the fair defects in nature. The women who appear to be created not to enjoy the fellowship of man, but to save him from sinking into absolute brutality by rubbing off the rough angles of his character, and by playful dalliance to give some dignity to the appetite that draws him to them. Gracious Creator of the whole human race, hast thou created such a being as woman, who can trace thy wisdom in thy works, and feel that thou alone art by thy nature exalted above her? For no better purpose? Can she believe that she was only made to submit to man her equal, a being who, like her, was sent into the world to acquire virtue? Can she consent to be occupied merely to please him, merely to adorn the earth, when her soul is capable of rising to thee? And can she rest supinely dependent on man for reason, when she ought to mount with him the arduous steeps of knowledge? Yet if love be the supreme good, let women be only educated to inspire it, and let every charm be polished to intoxicate the senses. But if they are moral beings, let them have a chance to become intelligent. And let love to man be only a part of that glowing flame of universal love, which, after encircling humanity, mounts in grateful incense to God. To fulfill domestic duties, much resolution is necessary, and a serious kind of perseverance that requires a more firm support than emotions, however lively and true to nature. To give an example of order, the soul of virtue, some austerity of behavior must be adopted, scarcely to be expected from a being who, from its infancy, has been made the weathercock of its own sensations. Whoever rationally means to be useful must have a plan of conduct, and in the discharge of the simplest duty, we are often obliged to act contrary to the present impulse of tenderness or compassion. Severity is frequently the most certain, as well as the most sublime proof of affection, and the want of this power over the feelings, and of that lofty dignified affection, which makes a person prefer the future good of the beloved object to a present gratification, is the reason why so many fond mothers spoil their children, and has made it questionable whether negligence or indulgence is most hurtful. But I am inclined to think that the latter has done most harm. Mankind seem to agree that children should be left under the management of women during their childhood. Now, from all the observation that I have been able to make, women of sensibility are the most unfit for this task, because they will infallibly, carried away by their feelings, spoil a child's temper. The management of the temper, the first and most important branch of education, requires the sober, steady eye of reason, a plan of conduct equally distant from tyranny and indulgence. Yet these are the extremes that people of sensibility alternately fall into, always shooting beyond the mark. I have followed this train of reasoning much further, till I have concluded that a person of genius is the most improper person to be employed in education, public or private. Minds of this rare species see things too much in masses, and seldom, if ever, have a good temper. That habitual cheerfulness termed good humor is, perhaps, as seldom united with great mental powers as with strong feelings. And those people who follow with interest and admiration the flights of genius, or with cooler approbation suck in the instruction which has been elaborately prepared for them by the profound thinker, ought not to be disgusted if they find the former choleric and the latter morose, because liveliness of fancy and a tenacious comprehension of mind are scarcely compatible with that pliant urbanity which leads a man at least to bend to the opinions and prejudices of others, instead of roughly confronting them. But treating of education or manners, minds of a superior class are not to be considered. They may be left to chance. It is the multitude with moderate abilities who call for instruction and catch the color of the atmosphere they breathe. This respectable concourse, I contend, men and women, should not have their sensations heightened in the hotbed of luxurious indolence at the expense of their understanding. For unless there be a ballast of understanding, they will never become either virtuous or free. An aristocracy founded on property or sterling talents will ever sweep before it the alternately timid and ferocious slaves of feeling. Numberless are the arguments, to take another view of the subject, brought forward with a show of reason, because supposed to be deduced from nature, that men have used morally and physically to degrade the sex. I must notice a few. The female understanding has often been spoken of with contempt, as arriving sooner at maturity than the male. I shall not answer this argument by alluding to the early proofs of reason, as well as genius, in Cowley, Milton, and Pope. Many other names might be added, but only appeal to experience to decide whether young men, who are early introduced into company, and examples now abound, do not acquire the same precocity. So notorious is this fact that the bare mentioning of it must bring before people who at all mix in the world the idea of a number of swaggering apes, of men whose understandings are narrowed by being brought into the society of men when they ought to have been spinning a top or twirling a hoop. It has also been asserted by some naturalists that men do not attain their full growth and strength till 30, but that women arrive at maturity by 20. I apprehend that they reason on false ground, led astray by the male prejudice, which deems beauty the perfection of woman, mere beauty of features and complexion, the vulgar acceptation of the world, whilst male beauty is allowed to have some connection with the mind. Strength of body and that character of countenance, which the French term a physiognomie, women do not acquire before 30, any more than men. The little artless tricks of children, it is true, are particularly pleasing and attractive. Yet when the pretty freshness of youth is worn off, these artless graces become studied airs and disgust every person of taste. In the countenance of girls we only look for vivacity and bashful modesty, but the springtide of life over, we look for soberer sense in the face, and for traces of passion, instead of the dimples of animal spirits, expecting to see individuality of character, the only fastener of the affections. We then wish to converse, not to fondle, to give scope to our imaginations as well as to the sensations of our hearts. At 20, the beauty of both sexes is equal, but the libertinism of man leads him to make the distinction, and superannuated coquettes are commonly of the same opinion, for when they can no longer inspire love, they pay for the vigor and vivacity of youth. The French, who admit more of mind into their notions of beauty, give the preference to women of 30. I mean to say that they allow women to be in their most perfect state, when vivacity gives place to reason, and to that majestic seriousness of character which marks maturity, or the resting point. In youth, till 20 the body shoots out, till 30 the solids are attaining a degree of density, and the flexible muscles, growing daily more rigid, give character to the countenance. That is, they trace the operations of the mind with the iron pen of fate, and tell us not only what powers are within, but how they have been employed. It is proper to observe that animals who arrive slowly at maturity are the longest lived and of the noblest species. Men cannot, however, claim any natural superiority from the grandeur of longevity, for in this respect nature has not distinguished the male. Polygamy is another physical degradation, and a plausible argument for a custom that blasts every domestic virtue is drawn from the well-attested fact that in the countries where it is established, more females are born than males. This appears to be an indication of nature, and to nature apparently reasonable speculations must yield. A further conclusion obviously presents itself. If polygamy be necessary, woman must be inferior to man and made for him. With respect to the formation of the fetus in the womb, we are very ignorant. But it appears to me probable that an accidental physical cause may account for this phenomenon, and prove it not to be a law of nature. I have met with some pertinent observations on the subject in Forster's account of the Isles of the South Sea that will explain my meaning. After observing that of the two sexes amongst animals, the most vigorous and hottest constitution always prevails and produces its kind. He adds, if this be applied to the inhabitants of Africa, it is evident that the men there, accustomed to polygamy, are enervated by the use of so many women, and therefore less vigorous. The women, on the contrary, are of a hotter constitution, not only on account of their more irritable nerves, more sensitive organization, and more lively fancy, but likewise because they are deprived in their matrimony of that share of physical love which in a monogamous condition would all be theirs, and thus, for the above reasons, the generality of children are born females. In the greater part of Europe it has been proved by the most accurate lists of mortality that the proportion of men to women is nearly equal, or, if any difference takes place, the males born are more numerous, in the proportion of 105 to 100. The necessity of polygamy therefore does not appear, yet when a man seduces a woman, it should, I think, be termed a left-handed marriage, and the man should be legally obliged to maintain the woman and her children, unless adultery, a natural divorcement, abrogated the law. And this law should remain in force as long as the weakness of women caused the word seduction to be used as an excuse for their frailty and want of principle. Nay, while they depend on man for subsistence, instead of earning it by the exercise of their own hands or heads. But these women should not, in the full meaning of the relationship, be termed wives, or the very purpose of marriage would be subverted, and all those endearing charities that flow from personal fidelity and give a sanctity to the tie when neither love nor friendship unites the hearts would melt into selfishness. The woman who is faithful to the father of her children demands respect, and should not be treated like a prostitute. Though I readily grant that if it be necessary for a man and woman to live together in order to bring up their offspring, nature never intended that a man should have more than one wife. Still, highly as I respect marriage, as the foundation of almost every social virtue, I cannot avoid feeling the most lively compassion for those unfortunate females who are broken off from society, and by one error torn from all those affections and relationships that improve the heart and mind. It does not frequently even deserve the name of error, for many innocent girls become the dupes of a sincere, affectionate heart, and still more are, as it may emphatically be termed, ruined before they know the difference between virtue and vice, and thus prepared by their education for infamy, they become infamous. Asylums and Magdalens are not the proper remedies for these abuses. It is justice, not charity, that is wanting in the world. A woman who has lost her honor imagines that she cannot fall lower, and as for recovering her former station, it is impossible. No exertion can wash this stain away. Losing thus every spur, and having no other means of support, prostitution becomes her only refuge, and the character is quickly depraved by circumstances over which the poor wretch has little power, unless she possesses an uncommon portion of sense and loftiness of spirit. Necessity never makes prostitution the business of men's lives. Though numberless are the women who are thus rendered systematically vicious. This, however, arises in a great degree from the state of idleness in which women are educated, who are always taught to look up to man for a maintenance, and to consider their persons as the proper return for his exertions to support them. Meretricious airs and the whole science of wantonness has then a more powerful stimulus than either appetite or vanity, and this remark gives force to the prevailing opinion that with chastity all is lost that is respectable in woman. Her character depends on the observance of one virtue, though the only passion fostered in her heart is love. Nay, the honor of a woman is not made even to depend on her will. When Richardson makes Clarissa tell Lovelace that he had robbed her of her honor, he must have had strange notions of honor and virtue. For, miserable beyond all names of misery is the condition of a being who could be degraded without its own consent. This excess of strictness I have heard vindicated as a salutary error. I shall answer in the words of Leibniz. Errors are often useful, but it is commonly to remedy other errors. Most of the evils of life arise from a desire of present enjoyment that outruns itself. The obedience required of women in the marriage state comes under this description. The mind, naturally weakened by depending on authority, never exerts its own powers, and the obedient wife is thus rendered a weak, indolent mother. Or, supposing that this is not always the consequence, a future state of existence is scarcely taken into the reckoning when only negative virtues are cultivated. For in treating of morals, particularly when women are alluded to, writers have too often considered virtue in a very limited sense, and made the foundation of it solely worldly utility. Nay, a still more fragile base has been given to this stupendous fabric, and the wayward, fluctuating feelings of men have been made the standard of virtue. Yes, virtue as well as religion has been subjected to the decisions of taste. It would almost provoke a smile of contempt if the vain absurdities of man did not strike us on all sides, to observe how eager men are to degrade the sex from whom they pretend to receive the chief pleasure of life. And I have frequently, with full conviction, retorted Pope's sarcasm on them, or, to speak explicitly, it has appeared to me applicable to the whole human race. A love of pleasure or sway seems to divide mankind, and the husband who lords it in his little harem thinks only of his pleasure or his convenience. To such lengths, indeed, does an intemperate love of pleasure carry some prudent men or worn-out libertines, who marry to have a safe companion, that they seduce their own wives. Hymen banishes modesty, and chaste love takes its flight. Love, considered as an animal appetite, cannot long feed on itself without expiring, and this extinction, in its own flame, may be termed the violent death of love. But the wife, who has thus been rendered licentious, will probably endeavor to fill the void left by the loss of her husband's attentions. For she cannot contentedly become merely an upper servant after having been treated like a goddess. She is still handsome, and instead of transferring her fondness to her children, she only dreams of enjoying the sunshine of life. Besides, There are many husbands so devoid of sense and parental affection that during the first effervescence of voluptuous fondness they refuse to let their wives suckle their children. They are only to dress and live to please them. And love, even innocent love, soon sinks into lasciviousness when the exercise of a duty is sacrificed to its indulgence. Personal attachment is a very happy foundation for friendship. Yet, when even two virtuous young people marry, it would perhaps be happy if some circumstance checked their passion, if the recollection of some prior attachment or disappointed affection made it on one side at least, rather a match founded on esteem. In that case, they would look beyond the present moment and try to render the whole of life respectable by forming a plan to regulate a friendship which only death ought to dissolve. Friendship is a serious affection, the most sublime of all affections, because it is founded on principle and cemented by time. The very reverse may be said of love. In a great degree, love and friendship cannot subsist in the same bosom. Even when inspired by different objects, they weaken or destroy each other, and for the same object can only be felt in succession. The vain fears and fond jealousies, the winds which fan the flame of love, when judiciously or artfully tempered, are both incompatible with the tender confidence and sincere respect of friendship. Love, such as the glowing pen of genius has traced, exists not on earth, or only resides in those exalted, fervid imaginations that have sketched such dangerous pictures. Dangerous because they not only afford a plausible excuse to the voluptuary who disguises sheer sensuality under a sentimental veil, but as they spread affectation and take from the dignity of virtue. Virtue, as the very word imports, should have an appearance of seriousness, if not austerity, and to endeavour to trick her out in the garb of pleasure, because the epithet has been used as another name for beauty, is to exalt her on a quicksand, a most insidious attempt to hasten her fall by apparent respect. Virtue and pleasure are not, in fact, so nearly allied in this life as some eloquent writers have laboured to prove. Pleasure prepares the fading wreath and mixes the intoxicating cup, but the fruit which virtue gives is the recompense of toil, and gradually, seen as it ripens, only affords calm satisfaction. Nay, appearing to be the result of the natural tendency of things, it is scarcely observed. Bread, the common food of life, seldom thought of as a blessing, supports the constitution and preserves health. Still feasts delight the heart of man, though disease and even death lurk in the cup or dainty that elevates the spirits or tickles the palate. The lively, heated imagination in the same style draws the picture of love, as it draws every other picture, with those glowing colours which the daring hand will steal from the rainbow that is directed by a mind condemned, in a world like this, to prove its noble origin by panting after unattainable perfection, ever pursuing what it acknowledges to be a fleeting dream. An imagination of this vigorous cast can give existence to insubstantial forms, and stability to the shadowy reveries which the mind naturally falls into when realities are found vapid. It can then depict love with celestial charms, and dote on the grand ideal object. It can imagine a degree of mutual affection that shall refine the soul, and not expire when it has served as a scale to heavenly, and like devotion make it absorb every meaner affection and desire. In each other's arms, as in a temple, with its summit lost in the clouds, the world is to be shut out, and every thought and wish that do not nurture pure affection and permanent Virtue. Permanent virtue. Alas, Rousseau, respectable visionary, thy paradise would soon be violated by the entrance of some unexpected guest. Like Milton's, it would only contain angels or men sunk below the dignity of rational creatures. Happiness is not material, it cannot be seen or felt. Yet the eager pursuit of the good which everyone shapes to his own fancy proclaims man the lord of this lower world, and to be an intelligential creature who is not to receive, but acquire happiness. They, therefore, who complain of the delusions of passion do not recollect that they are exclaiming against a strong proof of the immortality of the soul. But leaving superior minds to correct themselves and pay dearly for their experience, it is necessary to observe that it is not against strong, persevering passions, but romantic, wavering feelings that I wish to guard the female heart by exercising the understanding. For these paradisiacal reveries are oftener the effect of idleness than doth the lively fancy. Women have seldom sufficient serious employment to silence their feelings. A round of little cares or vain pursuits frittering away all strength of mind and organs, they become naturally only objects of sense. In short, the whole tenor of female education, the education of society, tends to render the best disposed romantic and inconstant, and the remainder vain and mean. In the present state of society, this evil can scarcely be remedied, I am afraid, in the slightest degree. Should a more laudable ambition ever gain ground, they may be brought nearer to nature and reason, and become more virtuous and useful as they grow more respectable. But I will venture to assert that their reason will never acquire sufficient strength to enable it to regulate their conduct, whilst the making an appearance in the world is the first wish of the majority of mankind. To this weak wish the natural affections and the most useful virtues are sacrificed. Girls marry merely to better themselves, to borrow a significant vulgar phrase, and have such perfect power over their hearts as not to permit themselves to fall in love till a man with a superior fortune offers. On this subject I mean to enlarge in a future chapter. It is only necessary to drop a hint at present, because women are so often degraded by suffering, the selfish prudence of age to chill the ardor of youth. From the same source flows an opinion that young girls ought to dedicate great part of their time to needlework. Yet this employment contracts their faculties more than any other that could have been chosen for them by confining their thoughts to their persons. Men order their clothes to be made, and have done with the subject. Women make their own clothes, necessary or ornamental, and are continually talking about them, and their thoughts follow their hands. It is not indeed the making of necessaries that weakens the mind, but the frippery of dress. For when a woman in the lower rank of life makes her husband's and children's clothes, she does her duty. This is part of her business. But when women work only to dress better than they could otherwise afford, it is worse than sheer loss of time. To render the poor virtuous, they must be employed, and women in the middle rank of life, did they not ape the fashions of the nobility, without catching their ease might employ them, whilst they themselves managed their families, instructed their children, and exercised their own minds. Gardening, experimental philosophy, and literature would afford them subjects to think of, and matter for conversation that in some degree would exercise their understandings. the conversation of French women who are not so rigidly nailed to their chairs to twist lappets and knot ribbons, is frequently superficial, but I contend that it is not half so insipid as that of those English women whose time is spent in making caps, bonnets, and the whole mischief of trimmings, not to mention shopping, bargain hunting, etc., etc. And it is the decent, prudent women who are most degraded by these practices, for their motive is simply vanity. The wanton, who exercises her taste to render her person alluring, has something more in view. These observations all branch out of a general one, which I have before made, and which cannot be too often insisted upon, for, speaking of men, women, or professions, it will be found that the employment of the thoughts shapes the character both generally and individually. The thoughts of women ever hover around their persons, and is it surprising that their persons are reckoned most valuable? Yet some degree of liberty of mind is necessary even to form the person, and this may be one reason why some gentle wives have so few attractions beside that of sex. Add to this, sedentary employments render the majority of women sickly, and false notions of female excellence make them proud of this delicacy, though it be another fetter that by calling the attention continually to the body cramps the activity of the mind. Women of quality seldom do any of the manual part of their dress, consequently only their taste is exercised, and they acquire, by thinking less of the finery when the business of their toilet is over, that ease which seldom appears in the deportment of women who dress merely for the sake of dressing. In fact, the observation with respect to the middle rank, the one in which talents thrive best, extends not to women. For those of the superior class, by catching at least a smattering of literature, and conversing more with men on general topics, acquire more knowledge than the women who ape their fashions and faults without sharing their advantages. With respect to virtue, to use the word in a comprehensive sense, I have seen most in low life. Many poor women maintain their children by the sweat of their brow and keep together families that the vices of the fathers would have scattered abroad. But gentlewomen are too indolent to be actively virtuous, and are softened rather than refined by civilization. Indeed, the good sense which I have met with among the poor women who have had few advantages of education, and yet have acted heroically, strongly confirmed me in the opinion that trifling employments have rendered women a trifler. Men, taking her, I take her body, says Ranger. Body the mind is left to rust, so that while physical love enervates man as being his favorite recreation, he will endeavor to enslave woman, and who can tell how many generations may be necessary to give vigor to the virtue and talents of the freed posterity of abject slaves. Supposing that women are voluntary slaves, slavery of any kind is unfavorable to human happiness and improvement. Knox's Essays. In tracing the causes that, in my opinion, have degraded woman, I have confined my observations to such as universally act upon the morals and manners of the whole sex, and to me it appears clear that they all spring from want of understanding. Whether this arises from a physical or accidental weakness of faculties, time alone can determine, for I shall not lay any great stress upon the example of a few women. Sappho, Eloisa, Mrs. Macaulay, the Empress of Russia, Madame d'Eon, etc. These and many more may be reckoned exceptions, and are not all heroes as well as heroines, exceptions to general rules. I wish to see women neither heroines nor brutes. but reasonable creatures, who, from having received a masculine education, have acquired courage and resolution. I only contend that the men who have been placed in similar situations have acquired a similar character. I speak of bodies of men, and that men of genius and talents have started out of a class in which women have never yet been placed. Chapter 5. Animadversions on some of the writers who have rendered women objects of pity, bordering on contempt. The opinions speciously supported in some modern publications on the female character and education, which have given the tone to most of the observations made in a more cursory manner on the sex, remain now to be examined. Section 5.1. I shall begin with Rousseau and give a sketch of the character of women in his own words, interspersing comments and reflections. My comments, it is true, will all spring from a few simple principles, and might have been deduced from what I have already said. But the artificial structure has been raised with so much ingenuity that it seems necessary to attack it in a more circumstantial manner, and make the application myself. Sophia, says Rousseau, should be as perfect a woman as Emilius is a man, and to render her so it is necessary to examine the character which nature has given to the sex. He then proceeds to prove that women ought to be weak and passive, because she has less bodily strength than man, and from hence infers that she was formed to please and to be subject to him, and that it is her duty to render herself agreeable to her master, this being the grand end of her existence. Supposing women to have been formed only to please and be subject to man, the conclusion is just. She ought to sacrifice every other consideration to render herself agreeable to him, and let this brutal desire of self-preservation be the grand spring of all her actions, when it is proved to be the iron bed of fate, to fit which her character should be stretched or contracted, regardless of all moral or physical distinctions. But if, as I think may be demonstrated, the purposes of even this life, viewing the whole, are subverted by practical rules built upon this ignoble base, I may be allowed to doubt whether woman was created for man. And though the cry of irreligion or even atheism be raised against me, I will simply declare that were an angel from heaven to tell me that Moses's beautiful poetical cosmogony and the account of the fall of man were literally true, I could not believe what my reason told me was derogatory to the character of the Supreme Being, and, having no fear of the devil before mine eyes, I venture to call this a suggestion of reason, instead of resting my weakness on the broad shoulders of the first seducer of my frail sex. It being once demonstrated, continues Rousseau, that man and woman are not, nor ought to be, constituted alike in temperament and character, it follows, of course, that they should not be educated in the same manner. In pursuing the directions of nature, they ought indeed to act in concert, but they should not be engaged in the same employments. The end of their pursuits should be the same, but the means they should take to accomplish them. And of consequence, their tastes and inclinations should be different. Rousseau's Emilius, Volume 3, page 176. Girls are from their earliest infancy fond of dress. Not content with being pretty, they are desirous of being thought so. We see by all their little airs that this thought engages their attention, and they are hardly capable of understanding what is said to them before they are to be governed by talking to them of what people will think of their behavior. The same motive, however, indiscreetly made use of with boys, has not the same effect, provided they are let to pursue their amusements at pleasure. They care very little what people think of them. Time and pains are necessary to subject boys to this motive. Whencesoever girls derive this first lesson, it is a very good one. As the body is born in a manner before the soul, our first concern should be to cultivate the former. This order is common to both sexes, but the object of that cultivation is different. In the one sex, it is the development of corporeal powers. In the other, that of personal charms. Not that either the quality of strength or beauty ought to be confined exclusively to one sex, but only that the order of the cultivation of both is in that respect reversed. Women certainly require as much strength as to enable them to move and act gracefully, and men as much address as to qualify them to act with ease. Children of both sexes have a great many amusements in common, and so they ought. Have they not also many such when they are grown up? Each sex has also its peculiar taste to distinguish in this particular. Boys love sports of noise and activity, to beat the drum, to whip the top, and to drag about their little carts. Girls, on the other hand, are fonder of things of show and ornament, such as mirrors, trinkets, and dolls. The doll is the peculiar amusement of the females, from whence we see their taste plainly adapted to their destination. The physical part of the art of pleasing lies in dress, and this is all which children are capacitated to cultivate of that art. Here, then, we see a primary propensity firmly established, which you need only to pursue and regulate. The little creature will doubtless be very desirous to know how to dress up her doll, to make its sleeve knots, its flounces, its head dress, etc. She is obliged to have so much recourse to the people about her for their assistance in these articles, that it would be much more agreeable to her to owe them all to her own industry. Hence we have a good reason for the first lessons which are usually taught these young females, in which we do not appear to be setting them a task, but obliging them by instructing them in what is immediately useful to themselves. And, in fact, almost all of them learn with reluctance to read and write, but very readily apply themselves to the use of their needles. They imagine themselves already grown up, and think with pleasure that such qualifications will enable them to decorate themselves. This is certainly only an education of the body. But Rousseau is not the only man who has indirectly said that merely the person of a young woman, without any mind unless animal spirits come under that description, is very pleasing. To render it weak and what some may call beautiful, the understanding is neglected, and girls forced to sit still, play with dolls, and listen to foolish conversations. The effect of habit is insisted upon as an undoubted indication of nature. I know it was Rousseau's opinion that the first years of youth should be employed to form the body, though in educating Emilius he deviates from this plan. Yet the difference between strengthening the body, on which strength of mind in a great measure depends, and only giving it an easy motion, is very wide. Rousseau's observations, it is proper to remark, were made in a country where the art of pleasing was refined only to extract the grossness of vice. He did not go back to nature, or his ruling appetite disturbed the operations of reason, else he would not have drawn these crude inferences. In France, boys and girls, particularly the latter, are only educated to please, to manage their persons and regulate their exterior behavior, and their minds are corrupted at a very early age by the worldly and pious cautions they receive to guard them against immodesty. I speak of past times. The very confessions which mere children are obliged to make, and the questions asked by the holy men, I assert these facts on good authority, were sufficient to impress a sexual character, and the education of society was a school of coquetry and article. At the age of 10 or 11, nay, often much sooner, girls began to coquet and talked, unreproved, of establishing themselves in the world by marriage. In short, they were made women almost from their very birth, and compliments were listened to instead of instruction. With these, weakening the mind, nature was supposed to have acted like a stepmother when she formed this afterthought of creation. Not allowing them understanding, however, it was but consistent to subject them to authority, independent of reason, and to prepare them for this subjection, he gives the following advice. Girls ought to be active and diligent, nor is that all. They should also be early subjected to restraint. This misfortune, if it really be one, is inseparable from their sex, nor do they ever throw it off but to suffer more cruel evils. They must be subject all their lives to the most constant and severe restraint, which is that of decorum. It is therefore necessary to accustom them early to such confinement that it may not afterward cost them too dear, and to the suppression of their caprices, that they may the more readily submit to the will of others. If, indeed, they are fond of being always at work, they should be sometimes compelled to lay it aside. Dissipation, levity, and inconstancy are faults that readily spring up from their first propensities, when corrupted or perverted by too much indulgence. To prevent this abuse, we should learn them, above all things, to lay a due restraint on themselves. The life of a modest woman is reduced, by our absurd institutions, to a perpetual conflict with herself. Not but it is just that this sex should partake of the sufferings which arise from those evils it hath caused us. And why is the life of a modest woman a perpetual conflict? I should answer that this very system of education makes it so. Modesty, temperance, and self-denial are the sober offspring of reason, but when sensibility is nurtured at the expense of the understanding, such weak beings must be restrained by arbitrary means, and be subjected to continual conflicts. But give their activity of mind a wider range, and nobler passions and motives will govern their appetites and sentiments. The common attachment and regard of a mother, nay, mere habit, will make her beloved by her children, if she does nothing to incur their hate. Even the restraint she lays them under, if well directed, will increase their affection instead of lessening it. Because a state of dependence being natural to the sex, they perceive themselves formed for obedience. This is begging the question, for servitude not only debases the individual, but its effects seem to be transmitted to posterity. Considering the length of time that women have been dependent, is it surprising that some of them hug their chains and fawn like the spaniel? These dogs, observes a naturalist, at first kept their ears erect, but custom has superseded nature, and a token of fear is become a beauty. For the same reason, adds Rousseau, women have or ought to have but little liberty. They are apt to indulge themselves excessively in what is allowed them. Addicted in everything to extremes, they are even more transported at their diversions than boys. The answer to this is very simple. Slaves and mobs have always indulged themselves in the same excesses when once they broke loose from authority. The bent bow recoils with violence when the hand is suddenly relaxed that forcibly held it. And sensibility, the plaything of outward circumstances, must be subjected to authority or moderated by reason. There results, he continues, from this habitual restraint, a tractableness which the women have occasion for during their whole lives, as they constantly remain either under subjection to the men or to the opinions of mankind, and are never permitted to set themselves above those opinions. The first and most important qualification in a woman is good nature, or sweetness of temper. Formed to obey a being so imperfect as man, often full of vices and always full of faults, she ought to learn betimes even to suffer injustice, and to bear the insults of a husband without complaint. It is not for his sake, but her own, that she should be of a mild disposition. The perverseness and ill nature of the women only serve to aggravate their own misfortunes and the misconduct of their husbands. They might plainly perceive that such are not the arms by which they gain the superiority. Formed to live with such an imperfect being as man, they ought to learn, from the exercise of their faculties, the necessity of forbearance. But all the sacred rights of humanity are violated by insisting on blind obedience. Or, the most sacred rights belong only to man. The being who patiently endures injustice and silently bears insults will soon become unjust, or unable to discern right from wrong. Besides, I deny the fact. This is not the true way to form or ameliorate the temper. For, as a sex, men have better tempers than women, because they are occupied by pursuits that interest the head as well as the heart, and the steadiness of the head gives a healthy temperature to the heart. People of sensibility have seldom good tempers. The formation of the temper is the cool work of reason, when, as life advances, she mixes with happy art jarring elements. I never knew a weak or ignorant person who had a good temper, though that constitutional good humor, and that docility which fear stamps on the behavior, often obtains the name. I say behavior, for genuine meekness never reached the heart or mind unless, as the effect of reflection, and that simple restraint produces a number of peccant humors in domestic life, many sensible men will allow who find some of these gentle, irritable creatures very troublesome companions. Each sex, he further argues, should preserve its peculiar tone and manner. A meek husband may make a wife impertinent, but mildness of disposition on the woman's side will always bring a man back to reason, at least if he be not absolutely a brute, and will sooner or later triumph over him. True, the mildness of reason, but abject fear always inspires contempt, and tears are only eloquent when they flow down fair cheeks. Of what materials can that heart be composed which can melt when insulted, and instead of revolting at injustice, kiss the rod? Is it unfair to infer that her virtue is built on narrow views and selfishness? Who can caress a man with true feminine softness the very moment when he treats her tyrannically? Nature never dictated such insincerity, and though prudence of this sort be termed a virtue, morality becomes vague when any part is supposed to rest on falsehood. These are mere expedients, and expedients are only useful for the moment. Let the husband beware of trusting too implicitly to this servile obedience, for if his wife can with winning sweetness caress him when angry, and when she ought to be angry, unless contempt had stifled a natural effervescence, she may do the same after parting with a lover. These are all preparations for adultery, or should the fear of the world or of hell restrain her desire of pleasing other men when she can no longer please her husband? What substitute can be found by a being who was only formed by nature and art to please man? What can make her amends for this privation, or where is she to seek for a fresh employment? Where find sufficient strength of mind to determine to begin the search, when her habits are fixed, and vanity has long ruled her chaotic mind? But this partial moralist recommends cunning, systematically and plausibly. Daughters should be always submissive. Their mothers, however, should not be inexorable. To make a young person tractable, she ought not to be made unhappy. To make her modest, she ought not to be rendered stupid. On the contrary, I should not be displeased at her being permitted to use some art, not to elude punishment in case of disobedience, but to exempt herself from the necessity of obeying. It is not necessary to make her dependence burdensome, but only to let her feel it. Subtlety is a talent natural to the sex, and as I am persuaded, all our natural inclinations are right and good in themselves, I am of opinion this should be cultivated as well as the others. It is requisite for us only to prevent its abuse. Whatever is right, he then proceeds triumphantly to infer. Granted, yet perhaps no aphorism ever contained a more paradoxical assertion. It is a solemn truth with respect to God. He, reverentially I speak, sees the whole at once, and saw its just proportions in the womb of time. But man, who can only inspect disjointed parts, finds many things wrong, and it is a part of the system, and therefore right, that he should endeavor to alter what appears to him to be so, even while he bows to the wisdom of his Creator and respects the darkness he labors to disperse. The inference that follows is just, supposing the principle to be sound. The superiority of address peculiar to the female sex is a very equitable indemnification for their inferiority in point of strength. Without this, woman would not be the companion of man, but his slave. It is by her superior art and ingenuity that she preserves her equality and governs him while she affects to obey. Woman has everything against her, as well our faults as her own timidity and weakness. She has nothing in her favor but her subtlety and her beauty. Is it not very reasonable, therefore, she should cultivate both? Greatness of mind can never dwell with cunning or address, for I shall not boggle about words when their direct signification is insincerity and falsehood, but content myself with observing that if any class of mankind be so created, that it must necessarily be educated by rules, not strictly deducible from truth. Virtue is an affair of convention. How could Rousseau dare to assert, after giving this advice, that in the grand end of existence the object of both sexes should be the same, when he well knew that the mind formed by its pursuits is expanded by great views swallowing up little ones, or that it becomes itself little? Men have superior strength of body, but were it not for mistaken notions of beauty, women would acquire sufficient to enable them to earn their own subsistence, the true definition of independence, and to bear those bodily inconveniences and exertions that are requisite to strengthen the mind. Let us then, by being allowed to take the same exercise as boys, not only during infancy, but youth, arrive at perfection of body, that we may know how far the natural superiority of man extends. For what reason or virtue can be expected from a creature when the seed time of life is neglected? None. Did not the winds of heaven casually scatter many useful seeds in the fallow ground? Beauty cannot be acquired by dress, and coquetry is an art not so early and speedily attained. While girls are yet young, however, they are in a capacity to study agreeable gesture, a pleasing modulation of voice, an easy carriage and behavior, as well as to take the advantage of gracefully adapting their looks and attitudes to time, place, and occasion. Their application, therefore, should not be solely confined to the arts of industry and the needle when they come to display other talents, whose utility is already apparent. For my part, I would have a young Englishwoman cultivate her agreeable talents, in order to please her future husband, with as much care and assiduity as a young Circassian cultivates hers, to fit her for the harem of an Eastern bashaw. To render women completely insignificant, he adds, the tongues of women are very voluble. They speak earlier, more readily, and more agreeably than the men. They are accused also of speaking much more, but so it ought to be, and I should be very ready to convert this reproach into a compliment. Their lips and eyes have the same activity, and for the same reason. A man speaks of what he knows, a woman of what pleases her. The one requires knowledge, the other taste. The principal object of a man's discourse should be what is useful, that of a woman's what is agreeable. There ought to be nothing in common between their different conversation, but truth. We ought not, therefore, to restrain the prattle of girls in the same manner as we should that of boys, with that severe question, to what purpose are you talking? But by another which is no less difficult to answer. How will your discourse be received? In infancy, while they are as yet incapable to discern good from evil, they ought to observe it as a law, never to say anything disagreeable to those whom they are speaking to. What will render the practice of this rule also the more difficult is that it must ever be subordinate to the former, of never speaking falsely or telling an untruth. To govern the tongue in this manner must require great address indeed, and it is too much practiced both by men and women. Out of the abundance of the heart how few speak. So few that I, who love simplicity, would gladly give up politeness for a quarter of the virtue that has been sacrificed to an equivocal quality, which, at best, should only be the polish of virtue. But to complete the sketch. It is easy to be conceived that if male children be not in a capacity to form any true notions of religion, those ideas must be greatly above the conception of the females. It is for this very reason I would begin to speak to them the earlier on this subject. For if we were to wait till they were in a capacity to discuss methodically such profound questions, we should run a risk of never speaking to them on this subject as long as they lived. Reason in women is a practical reason, capacitating them artfully to discover the means of attaining a known end, but which would never enable them to discover that end itself. The social relations of the sexes are indeed truly admirable. From their union there results a moral person, of which woman may be termed the eyes, and man the hand, with this dependence on each other, that it is from the man that the woman is to learn what she is to see, and it is of the woman that man is to learn what he ought to do. If woman could recur to the first principles of things as well as man, and man was capacitated to enter into their minutiae as well as woman, always independent of each other, they would live in perpetual discord, and their union could not subsist. But in the present harmony which naturally subsists between them, their different faculties tend to one common end. It is difficult to say which of them conduces the most to it. Each follows the impulse of the other. Each is obedient, and both are masters. As the conduct of a woman is subservient to the public opinion, her faith in matters of religion should for that very reason be subject to authority. Every daughter ought to be of the same religion as her mother, and every wife to be of the same religion as her husband. For though such religion should be false, that docility which induces the mother and daughter to submit to the order of nature takes away, in the sight of God, the criminality of their error. As they are not in a capacity to judge for themselves, they ought to abide by the decision of their fathers and husbands as confidently as by that of the Church. Footnote: what is to be the consequence if the mother's and husband's opinion should chance not to agree? An ignorant person cannot be reasoned out of an error, and when persuaded to give up one prejudice for another, the mind is unsettled. Indeed, the husband may not have any religion to teach her, though in such a situation she will be in great want of a support to her virtue, independent of worldly considerations. As authority ought to regulate the religion of the women, it is not so needful to explain to them the reasons for their belief as to lay down precisely the tenets they are to believe. For the creed, which presents only obscure ideas to the mind, is the source of fanaticism, and that which presents absurdities leads to infidelity. Absolute uncontroverted authority, it seems, must subsist somewhere. But is not this a direct and exclusive appropriation of reason? The rights of humanity have been thus confined to the male line from Adam downwards. Rousseau would carry his male aristocracy still further, for he insinuates that he should not blame those who contend for leaving woman in a state of the most profound ignorance, if it were not necessary, in order to preserve her chastity and justify the man's choice in the eyes of the world, to give her a little knowledge of men and the customs produced by human passions. Else she might propagate at home without being rendered less voluptuous and innocent by the exercise of her understanding, excepting indeed during the first year of marriage, when she might employ it to dress, like Sophia. Her dress is extremely modest in appearance, and yet very coquettish in fact. She does not make a display of her charms, she conceals them. But in concealing them she knows how to affect your imagination. Every one who sees her will say, "There is a modest and discreet girl," but while you are near her, your eyes and affections wander all over her person, so that you cannot withdraw them, and you would conclude that every part of her dress, simple as it seems, was only put in its proper order, to be taken to pieces by the imagination. Is this modesty? Is this a preparation for immortality? Again, what opinion are we to form of a system of education when the author says of his heroine that with her doing things well is but a secondary concern? Her principal concern is to do them neatly. Secondary, in fact, are all her virtues and qualities, for, respecting religion, he makes her parents thus address her, accustomed to submission: "Your husband will instruct you in good time." After thus cramping a woman's mind, if, in order to keep it fair, he has not made it quite a blank, he advises her to reflect, that a reflecting man may not yawn in her company when he is tired of caressing her. What has she to reflect about who must obey? And would it not be a refinement on cruelty only to open her mind to make the darkness and misery of her fate visible? Yet these are his sensible remarks. How consistent with what I have already been obliged to quote. To give a fair view of the subject, the reader may determine. They who pass their whole lives in working for their daily bread have no ideas beyond their business or their interest, and all their understanding seems to lie in their fingers' ends. This ignorance is neither prejudicial to their integrity nor their morals. It is often of service to them. Sometimes by means of reflection we are led to compound with our duty, and we conclude by substituting a jargon of words in the room of things. Our own conscience is the most enlightened philosopher. There is no need of being acquainted with Tully's offices to make a man of probity, and perhaps the most virtuous woman in the world is the least acquainted with the definition of virtue. But it is no less true than an improved understanding only can render society agreeable, and it is a melancholy thing for a father of a family who is fond of home to be obliged to be always wrapped up in himself, and to have nobody about him to whom he can impart his sentiments. Besides, how should a woman void of reflection be capable of educating her children? How should she discern what is proper for them? How should she incline them to those virtues she is unacquainted with, or to that merit of which she has no idea? She can only soothe or chide them, render them insolent or timid. She will make them formal coxcombs or ignorant blockheads, but will never make them sensible or amiable. How, indeed, should she, when her husband is not always at hand to lend her his reason, when they both together make but one moral being? A blind will, eyes without hands, would go a very little way, and perchance his abstract reason that should concentrate the scattered beams of her practical reason may be employed in judging of the flavor of wine, descanting on the sauces most proper for turtle. Or, more profoundly intent at a card table, he may be generalizing his ideas as he bets away his fortune, leaving all the minutiae of education to his helpmate or chance, but granting that woman ought to be beautiful, innocent, and silly, to render her a more alluring and indulgent companion. What is her understanding sacrificed for? And why is all this preparation necessary only, according to Rousseau's own account, to make her the mistress of her husband a very short time? For no man ever insisted more on the transient nature of love. Thus speaks the philosopher. Sensual pleasures are transient. The habitual state of the affections always loses by their gratification. The imagination, which decks the object of our desires, is lost in fruition. Excepting the Supreme Being who is self-existent, there is nothing beautiful but what is ideal. But he returns to his unintelligible paradoxes again, when he thus addresses Sophia. Emilius, in becoming your husband, is become your master, and claims your obedience. Such is the order of nature. When a man is married, however, to such a wife as Sophia, it is proper he should be directed by her. This is also agreeable to the order of nature. It is therefore to give you as much authority over his heart as his sex gives him over your person, that I have made you the arbiter of his pleasures. It may cost you, perhaps, some disagreeable self-denial, but you will be certain of maintaining your empire over him if you can preserve it over yourself. What I have already observed also shows me that this difficult attempt does not surpass your courage. Would you have your husband constantly at your feet? Keep him at some distance from your person. You will long maintain the authority of love, if you know but how to render your favors rare and valuable. It is thus you may employ even the arts of coquetry in the service of virtue, and those of love in that of reason. I shall close my extracts with a just description of a comfortable couple, and yet you must not imagine that even such management will always suffice. Whatever precaution be taken, enjoyment will by degrees take off the edge of passion. But when love hath lasted as long as possible, a pleasing habitude supplies its place, and the attachment of a mutual confidence succeeds to the transports of passion. Children often form a more agreeable and permanent connection between married people than even love itself. When you cease to be the mistress of Emilius, you will continue to be his wife and friend. You will be the mother of his children. Rousseau's Emilius. Children, he truly observes, form a much more permanent connection between married people than love. Beauty, he declares, will not be valued or even seen after a couple have lived 6 months together. Artificial graces and coquetry will likewise pall on the senses. Why then does he say that a girl should be educated for her husband with the same care as for an Eastern harem? I now appeal from the reveries of fancy and refined licentiousness to the good sense of mankind, whether, if the object of education be to prepare women to become chaste wives and sensible mothers, the method so plausibly recommended in the foregoing sketch be the one best calculated to produce those ends. Will it be allowed that the surest way to make a wife chaste is to teach her to practice the wanton arts of a mistress, termed virtuous coquetry by the sensualist who can no longer relish the artless charms of sincerity or taste the pleasure arising from a tender intimacy, when confidence is unchecked by suspicion and rendered interesting by sense? The man who can be contented to live with a pretty useful companion without a mind has lost in voluptuous gratifications a taste for more refined enjoyments. He has never felt the calm satisfaction that refreshes the parched heart, like the silent dew of heaven, of being beloved by one who could understand him. In the society of his wife he is still alone, unless when the man is sunk in the brute. The charm of life, says a grave philosophical reasoner, is sympathy. Nothing pleases us more than to observe in other men a fellow feeling with all the emotions of our own breast. But according to the tenor of reasoning by which women are kept from the tree of knowledge, the important years of youth, the usefulness of age, and the rational hopes of futurity are all to be sacrificed to render woman an object of desire for a short time. Besides, how could Rousseau expect them to be virtuous and constant when reason is neither allowed to be the foundation of their virtue, nor truth the object of their inquiries? But all Rousseau's errors in reasoning arose from sensibility, and sensibility to their charms women are very ready to forgive. When he should have reasoned, he became impassioned, and reflection inflamed his imagination, instead of enlightening his understanding. Even his virtues also led him farther astray, for born with a warm constitution and lively fancy, nature carried him toward the other sex with such eager fondness that he soon became lascivious. Had he given way to these desires, the fire would have extinguished itself in a natural manner, but virtue and a romantic kind of delicacy made him practice self-denial. Yet when fear, delicacy, or virtue restrained him, he debauched his imagination, and reflecting on the sensations to which fancy gave force, he traced them in the most glowing colors, and sunk them deep into his soul. He then sought for solitude, not to sleep with the man of nature, or calmly investigate the causes of things under the shade where Sir Isaac Newton indulged contemplation, but merely to indulge his feelings. And so warmly has he painted what he forcibly felt that, interesting the heart and inflaming the imagination of his readers. In proportion to the strength of their fancy, they imagine that their understanding is convinced, when they only sympathize with a poetic writer, who skilfully exhibits the objects of sense, most voluptuously shadowed or gracefully veiled, and thus making us feel whilst dreaming that we reason, erroneous conclusions are left in the mind. Why was Rousseau's life divided between ecstasy and misery? Can any other answer be given than this, that the effervescence of his imagination produced both? But had his fancy been allowed to cool, it is possible that he might have acquired more strength of mind. Still, if the purpose of life be to educate the intellectual part of man, all with respect to him was right. Yet, had not death led to a nobler scene of action, it is probable that he would have enjoyed more equal happiness on earth, and have felt the calm sensations of the man of nature, instead of being prepared for another stage of existence by nourishing the passions which agitate the civilized man. But peace to his manes. I war not with his ashes, but his opinions. I war only with the sensibility that led him to degrade woman by making her the slave of love. Cursed vassalage, first idolized till love's hot fire be o'er, then slaves to those who courted us before. Dryden. The pernicious tendency of those books in which the writers insidiously degrade the sex whilst they are prostrate before their personal charms cannot be too often or too severely exposed. Let us, my dear contemporaries, arise above such narrow prejudices. If wisdom is desirable on its own account, if virtue, to deserve the name, must be founded on knowledge, let us endeavor to strengthen our minds by reflection, till our heads become a balance for our hearts. Let us not confine all our thoughts to the petty occurrences of the day, nor our knowledge to an acquaintance with our lovers' or husbands' hearts. But let the practice of every duty be subordinate to the grand one of improving our minds and preparing our affections for a more exalted state. Beware, then, my friends, of suffering the heart to be moved by every trivial incident. The reed is shaken by a breeze and annually dies, but the oak stands firm and, for ages, braves the storm. Were we indeed only created to flutter our hour out and die? Why let us then indulge sensibility and laugh at the severity of reason? Yet, alas, even then we should want strength of body and mind, and life would be lost in feverish pleasures or wearisome languor. But the system of education, which I earnestly wish to see exploded, seems to presuppose what ought never to be taken for granted, that virtue shields us from the casualties of life, and that fortune, slipping off her bandage, will smile on a well-educated female, and bring in her hand an Emilius or a Telemachus. whilst, on the contrary, the reward which virtue promises to her votaries is confined, it is clear, to their own bosoms, and often must they contend with the most vexatious worldly cares, and bear with the vices and humours of relations for whom they can never feel a friendship. There have been many women in the world who, instead of being supported by the reason and virtue of their fathers and brothers, have strengthened their own minds by struggling with their vices and follies, yet have never met with a hero in the shape of a husband, who, paying the debt that mankind owed them, might chance to bring back their reason to its natural dependent state, and restore the usurped prerogative of rising above opinion to man. Section 5.2. Dr. Fordyce's sermons have long made a part of a young woman's library. Nay, girls at school are allowed to read them, but I should instantly dismiss them from my pupils if I wished to strengthen her understanding by leading her to form sound principles on a broad basis, or were I only anxious to cultivate her taste, though they must be allowed to contain many sensible observations. Dr. Fordyce may have had a very laudable end in view, but these discourses are written in such an affected style that were it only on that account, and had I nothing to object against his mellifluous precepts, I should not allow girls to peruse them, unless I designed to hunt every spark of nature out of their composition, melting every human quality into female weakness and artificial grace. I say artificial, for true grace arises from some kind of independence of mind. Children, careless of pleasing and only anxious to amuse themselves, are often very graceful, and the nobility who have mostly lived with inferiors and always had the command of money acquire a graceful ease of deportment, which should rather be termed habitual grace of body than that superior gracefulness which is truly the expression of the mind. This mental grace, not noticed by vulgar eyes, often flashes across a rough countenance, and irradiating every feature, shows simplicity and independence of mind. It is then we read characters of immortality in the eye, and see the soul in every gesture, though when at rest neither the face nor limbs may have much beauty to recommend them, or the behavior anything peculiar to attract universal attention. The mass of mankind, however, look for more tangible beauty. Yet simplicity is, in general, admired, when people do not consider what they admire. And can there be simplicity without sincerity? But to have done with remarks that are, in some measure, desultory, though naturally excited by the subject. In declamatory periods, Dr. Fordyce spins out Rousseau's eloquence, and in most sentimental rant details his opinions respecting the female character, and the behavior which woman ought to assume to render her lovely, and he shall speak for himself, for thus he makes nature address man. Behold these smiling innocents, whom I have graced with my fairest gifts, and committed to your protection. Behold them with love and respect. Treat them with tenderness and honor. They are timid and want to be defended. They are frail. Oh, do not take advantage of their weakness. Let their fears and blushes endear them. Let their confidence in you never be abused. But is it possible that any of you can be such barbarians, so supremely wicked as to abuse it? Can you find in your hearts to despoil the gentle, trusting creatures of their treasure, or do anything to strip them of their native robe of virtue? Cursed be the impious hand that would dare to violate the unblemished form of chastity. Thou wretch, thou ruffian, forbear, nor venture to provoke heaven's fiercest vengeance. I know not any comment that can be made seriously on this curious passage, and I could produce many similar ones, and some so very sentimental that I have heard rational men use the word indecent when they mentioned them with disgust. Throughout there is a display of cold artificial feelings, and that parade of sensibility which boys and girls should be taught to despise as the sure mark of a little vain mind. Florid appeals are made to heaven, and to the beauteous innocence, the fairest images of heaven here below, whilst sober sense is left far behind. This is not the language of the heart, nor will it ever reach it, though the ear may be tickled. I shall be told perhaps that the public have been pleased with these volumes. True, and Hervey's meditations are still read, though he equally sinned against sense and taste. I particularly object to the lover-like phrases of pumped-up passion, which are everywhere interspersed. If women be ever allowed to walk without leading strings, why must they be cajoled into virtue by artful flattery and sexual compliments? Speak to them the language of truth and soberness, and away with the lullaby strains of condescending endearment. Let them be taught to respect themselves as rational creatures, and not led to have a passion for their own insipid persons. It moves my gall to hear a preacher descanting on dress and needlework, and still more to hear him address the British fair, the fairest of the fair, as if they had only feelings. Even recommending piety, he uses the following argument. Never, perhaps, does a fine woman strike more deeply than when composed into pious recollection, and possessed with the noblest considerations, she assumes without knowing it superior dignity and new graces, so that the beauties of holiness seem to radiate about her, and the bystanders are almost induced to fancy her already worshipping amongst her kindred angels. Why are women to be thus bred up with a desire of conquest? The very epithet used in this sense gives me a sickly qualm. Does religion and virtue offer no stronger motives, no brighter reward? Must they always be debased by being made to consider the sex of their companions? Must they be taught always to be pleasing? And when levelling their small artillery at the heart of man, is it necessary to tell them that a little sense is sufficient to render their attention incredibly soothing? As a small degree of knowledge entertains in a woman, so from a woman, though for a different reason, a small expression of kindness delights, particularly if she have beauty. I should have supposed for the same reason. Why are girls to be told that they resemble angels, but to sink them below women? Or that a gentle, innocent female is an object that comes nearer to the idea which we have formed of angels than any other? Yet they are told at the same time that they are only like angels when they are young and beautiful. Consequently, it is their persons, not their virtues, that procure them this homage. Idle, empty words. What can such delusive flattery lead to but vanity and folly? The lover, it is true, has a poetic license to exalt his mistress. His reason is the bubble of his passion, and he does not utter a falsehood when he borrows the language of adoration. His imagination may raise the idol of his heart, unblamed, above humanity, and happy would it be for women if they were only flattered by the men who loved them. I mean, who love the individual, not the sex. But should a grave preacher interlard his discourses with such fooleries? In sermons or novels, however, voluptuousness is always true to its text. Men are allowed by moralists to cultivate, as nature directs, different qualities, and assume the different characters that the same passions, modified almost to infinity, give to each individual. A virtuous man may have a choleric or a sanguine constitution, be gay or grave, unreproved, be firm till B is almost overbearing, or weakly submissive, have no will or opinion of his own. But all women are to be levelled, by meekness and docility, into one character of yielding softness and gentle compliance. I will use the preacher's own words. Let it be observed that in your sex manly exercises are never graceful, that in them a tone and figure, as well as an air and deportment of the masculine kind, are always forbidding, and that men of sensibility desire in every woman soft features and a flowing voice, a form not robust, and demeanor delicate and gentle. Is not the following portrait the portrait of a house slave? I am astonished at the folly of many women who are still reproaching their husbands for leaving them alone, for preferring this or that company to theirs, for treating them with this and the other mark of disregard or indifference, when, to speak the truth, they have themselves in a great measure to blame. Not that I would justify the men in anything wrong on their part, but had you behaved to them with more respectful observance and a more equal tenderness, studying their humours, overlooking their mistakes, submitting to their opinions in matters indifferent, passing by little instances of unevenness, caprice, or passion, giving soft answers to hasty words, complaining as seldom as possible, and making it your daily care to relieve their anxieties and prevent their wishes, to enliven the hour of dullness and call up the ideas of felicity. Had you pursued this conduct, I doubt not, but you would have maintained and even increased their esteem, so far as to have secured every degree of influence that could conduce to their virtue or your mutual satisfaction, and your house might at this day have been the abode of domestic bliss. Such a woman ought to be an angel, or she is an ass, for I discern not a trace of the human character, neither reason nor passion in this domestic drudge, whose being is absorbed in that of a tyrant's. Still, Dr. Fordyce must have very little acquaintance with the human heart, if he really supposed that such conduct would bring back wandering love instead of exciting contempt. No beauty, gentleness, etc., etc., may gain a heart, but esteem, the only lasting affection, can alone be obtained by virtue supported by reason. It is respect for the understanding that keeps alive tenderness for the person. As these volumes are so frequently put into the hands of young people, I have taken more notice of them than, strictly speaking, they deserve. But as they have contributed to vitiate the taste and enervate the understanding of many of my fellow creatures, I could not pass them silently over. Section 5.3. Such paternal solicitude pervades Dr. Gregory's legacy to his daughters that I enter on the task of criticism with affectionate respect. But as this little volume has many attractions to recommend it to the notice of the most respectable part of my sex, I cannot silently pass over arguments that so speciously support opinions which, I think, have had the most baneful effect on the morals and manners of the female world. His easy, familiar style is particularly suited to the tenor of his advice, and the melancholy tenderness which his respect for the memory of a beloved wife diffuses through the whole work renders it very interesting. Yet there is a degree of concise elegance conspicuous in many passages that disturbs this sympathy, and we pop on the author when we only expected to meet the father. Besides having two objects in view, he seldom adhered steadily to either. For wishing to make his daughters amiable, and fearing lest unhappiness should only be the consequence of instilling sentiments that might draw them out of the track of common life, without enabling them to act with consonant independence and dignity, he checks the natural flow of his thoughts and neither advises one thing nor the other. In the preface, he tells them a mournful truth, that they will hear at least once in their lives the genuine sentiments of a man who has no interest in deceiving them. Hapless woman, what can be expected from thee when the beings on whom thou art said naturally to depend for reason and support have all an interest in deceiving thee? This is the root of the evil that has shed a corroding mildew on all thy virtues, and blighting in the bud thy opening faculties, has rendered thee the weak thing thou art. It is this separate interest, this insidious state of warfare, that undermines morality and divides mankind. If love has made some women wretched, how many more has the cold, unmeaning intercourse of gallantry rendered vain and useless? Yet this heartless attention to the sex is reckoned so manly, so polite, that till society is very differently organized, I fear this vestige of Gothic manners will not be done away by a more reasonable and affectionate mode of conduct. Besides, to strip it of its imaginary dignity, I must observe that in the most civilized European states, this lip service prevails in a very great degree, accompanied with extreme dissoluteness of morals. In Portugal, the country that I particularly allude to, it takes place of the most serious moral obligations, for a man is seldom assassinated when in the company of a woman. The savage hand of rapine is unnerved by this chivalrous spirit, and, if the stroke of vengeance cannot be stayed, the lady is entreated to pardon the rudeness, and depart in peace, though sprinkled perhaps with her husband's or brother's blood. I shall pass over strictures on religion, because I mean to discuss that subject in a separate chapter. The remarks relative to behavior, though many of them very sensible, I entirely disapprove of, because it appears to me to be beginning, as it were, at the wrong end. A cultivated understanding and an affectionate heart will never want starched rules of decorum. Something more substantial than seemliness will be the result, and without understanding, the behavior here recommended would be rank affectation. Decorum, indeed, is the one thing needful. Decorum is to supplant nature and banish all simplicity and variety of character out of the female world. Yet what good end can all this superficial counsel produce? It is, however, much easier to point out this or that mode of behavior than to set the reason to work. But when the mind has been stored with useful knowledge and strengthened by being employed, the regulation of the behavior may safely be left to its guidance. Why, for instance, should the following caution be given when art of every kind must contaminate the mind? And why entangle the grand motives of action, which reason and religion equally combine to enforce, with pitiful worldly shifts and sleight of hand tricks to gain the applause of gaping tasteless fools? Be even cautious in displaying your good sense. It will be thought you assume a superiority over the rest of the company, but if you happen to have any learning, keep it a profound secret, especially from the men who generally look with a jealous and malignant eye on a woman of great parts and a cultivated understanding. If Men of real merit, as he afterwards observes, are superior to this meanness. Where is the necessity that the behavior of the whole sex should be modulated to please fools, or men who, having little claim to respect as individuals, choose to keep close in their phalanx? Men, indeed, who insist on their common superiority, having only this sexual superiority, are certainly very excusable. Footnote: let women once acquire good sense, and if it deserve the name, it will teach them, or of what use will it be how to employ it? There would be no end to rules for behavior if it be proper always to adopt the tone of the company. For thus forever varying the key, a flat would often pass for a natural note. Surely it would have been wiser to have advised women to improve themselves till they rose above the fumes of vanity, and then to let the public opinion come round. For where are rules of accommodation to stop? The narrow path of truth and virtue inclines neither to the right nor left. It is a straightforward business, and they who are earnestly pursuing their road may bound over many decorous prejudices without leaving modesty behind. Make the heart clean and give the head employment, and I will venture to predict that there will be nothing offensive in the behavior. The air of fashion, which many young people are so eager to attain, always strikes me like the studied attitudes of some modern prince, copied with tasteless servility after the antiques. The soul is left out, and none of the parts are tied together by what may properly be termed character. This varnish of fashion, which seldom sticks very close to sense, may dazzle the weak, but leave nature to itself, and it will seldom disgust the wise. Besides, when a woman has sufficient sense not to pretend to anything which she does not understand in some degree, there is no need of determining to hide her talents under a bushel. Let things take their natural course, and all will be well. It is this system of dissimulation throughout the volume that I despise. Women are always to seem to be this and that, yet virtue might apostrophize them in the words of Hamlet. Seems. I know not, seems. Have that within that passeth show. Still the same tone occurs, for in another place, after recommending, without sufficiently discriminating delicacy, he adds, the men will complain of your reserve. They will assure you that a franker behavior would make you more amiable. But trust me, they are not sincere when they tell you so. I acknowledge that on some occasions it might render you more agreeable as companions, but it would make you less amiable as women. An important distinction, which many of your sex are not aware of. This desire of being always women is the very consciousness that degrades the sex. Excepting with a lover, I must repeat with emphasis, a former observation, it would be well if they were only agreeable or rational companions. But in this respect his advice is even inconsistent with a passage which I mean to quote with the most marked approbation. The sentiment that a woman may allow all innocent freedoms, provided her virtue is secure, is both grossly indelicate and dangerous, and has proved fatal to many of your sex. With this opinion, I perfectly coincide. A man or a woman of any feeling must always wish to convince a beloved object that it is the caresses of the individual, not the sex, that is received and returned with pleasure, and that the heart, rather than the senses, is moved. Without this natural delicacy, love becomes a selfish personal gratification that soon degrades the character. I carry this sentiment still further. Affection, when love is out of the question, authorizes many personal endearments that, naturally flowing from an innocent heart, give life to the behavior. But the personal intercourse of appetite, gallantry, or vanity is despicable. When a man squeezes the hand of a pretty woman, handing her to a carriage whom he has never seen before, she will consider such an impertinent freedom in the light of an insult, if she have any true delicacy, instead of being flattered by this unmeaning homage to beauty. These are the privileges of friendship, or the momentary homage which the heart pays to virtue when it flashes suddenly on the notice. Mere animal spirits have no claim to the kindnesses of affection. Wishing to feed the affections with what is now the food of vanity, I would fain persuade my sex to act from simpler principles. Let them merit love, and they will obtain it, though they may never be told that. The power of a fine woman over the hearts of men of the finest parts is even beyond what she conceives. I have already noticed the narrow cautions with respect to duplicity, female softness, delicacy of constitution, for these are the changes which he rings round without ceasing, in a more decorous manner, it is true, than Rousseau, but it all comes home to the same point, and whoever is at the trouble to analyze these sentiments will find the first principles not quite so delicate as the superstructure. The subject of amusements is treated in too cursory a manner, but with the same spirit. When I treat of friendship, love, and marriage, it will be found that we materially differ in opinion. I shall not then forestall what I have to observe on these important subjects, but confine my remarks to the general tenor of them, to that cautious family prudence, to those confined views of partial unenlightened affection, which exclude pleasure and improvement, by vainly wishing to ward off sorrow and error, and by thus guarding the heart and mind, destroy also all their energy. It is far better to be often deceived than never to trust, to be disappointed in love than never to love, to lose a husband's fondness than forfeit his esteem. Happy would it be for the world and for individuals, of course, if all this unavailing solicitude to attain worldly happiness on a confined plan were turned into an anxious desire to improve the understanding. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy gettings get understanding. How long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity and hate knowledge? Saith wisdom to the daughters of men. Section 5.4. I do not mean to allude to all the writers who have written on the subject of female manners. It would in fact be only beating over the old ground, for they have in general written in the same strain, but attacking the boasted prerogative of man, the prerogative that may emphatically be called the iron scepter of tyranny, the original sin of tyrants. I declare against all power built on prejudices, however hoary. If the submission demanded be founded on justice, there is no appealing to a higher power, for God is justice itself. Let us then, as children of the same parent, if not bastardized by being the younger born, reason together, and learn to submit to the authority of reason when her voice is distinctly heard. But if it be proved that this throne of prerogative only rests on a chaotic mass of prejudices that have no inherent principle of order to keep them together, or on an elephant, tortoise, or even the mighty shoulders of a son of the earth, they may escape who dare to brave the consequence without any breach of duty, without sinning against the order of things. Whilst reason raises man above the brutal herd and death is big with promises, they alone are subject to blind authority, who have no reliance on their own strength. They are free, who will be free. The being who can govern itself has nothing to fear in life, but if anything is dearer than its own respect, the price must be paid to the last farthing. Virtue, like everything valuable, must be loved for herself alone, or she will not take up her abode with us. She will not impart that peace which passeth understanding, when she is merely made the stilts of reputation and respected with pharisaical exactness, because honesty is the best policy. That the plan of life which enables us to carry some knowledge and virtue into another world is the one best calculated to ensure content in this cannot be denied. Yet few people act according to this principle, though it be universally allowed that it admits not of dispute. Present pleasure or present power carry before it these sober convictions, and it is for the day, not for life, that man bargains with happiness. How few, how very few, have sufficient foresight or resolution to endure a small evil at the moment, to avoid a greater hereafter. Woman, in particular, whose virtue âme is built on mutual prejudices, seldom attains to this greatness of mind, so that becoming the slave of her own feelings, she is easily subjugated by those of others. Thus degraded, her reason, her misty reason, is employed rather to burnish than to snap her chains. Footnote. I mean to use a word that comprehends more than chastity, the sexual virtue. Indignantly have I heard women argue in the same track as men, and adopt the sentiments that brutalize them with all the pertinacity of ignorance. I must illustrate my assertion by a few examples. Mrs. Piozzi, who often repeated by rote what she did not understand, comes forward with Johnsonian periods. Seek not for happiness in singularity, and dread a refinement of wisdom as a deviation into folly. Thus she dogmatically addresses a new married man, and to elucidate this pompous exordium she adds, I said that the person of your lady would not grow more pleasing to you, but pray let her never suspect that it grows less so. That a woman will pardon an affront to her understanding much sooner than one to her person is well known, nor will any of us contradict the assertion. All our attainments, all our arts, are employed to gain and keep the heart of man, and what mortification can exceed the disappointment, if the end be not obtained? There is no reproof, however pointed, no punishment, however severe, that a woman of spirit will not prefer to neglect, and if she can endure it without complaint, it only proves that she means to make herself amends by the attention of others for the slights of her husband. These are true masculine sentiments. All our arts are employed to gain and keep the heart of man. And what is the inference? If her person, and was there ever a person, though formed with medicine symmetry, that was not slighted? Be neglected, she will make herself amends by endeavoring to please other men. Noble morality. But thus is the understanding of the whole sex affronted, and their virtue deprived of the common basis of virtue. A woman must know that her person cannot be as pleasing to her husband as it was to her lover, and if she be offended with him for being a human creature, she may as well whine about the loss of his heart as about any other foolish thing. And this very want of discernment or unreasonable anger proves that he could not change his fondness for her person into affection for her virtues or respect for her understanding. Whilst women avow and act up to such opinions, their understandings at least deserve the contempt and obloquy that men, who never insult their persons, have pointedly levelled at the female mind, and it is the sentiments of these polite men who do not wish to be encumbered with mind that vain women thoughtlessly adopt. Yet they should know that insulted reason alone can spread that sacred reserve about the persons which renders human affections. For human affections have always some base alloy as permanent as is consistent with the grand end of existence, the attainment of virtue. Thus ends the narration. Like and subscribe for more free audiobooks, and view the comments for discussion questions. Thank you for supporting a disabled creator. Thoughtful minds are always welcome here.